Chapter 261. The Little Monkey Shows Off Again. The little monkey had originally been only the size of a palm, but after this period of deep sleep, it had grown quite a bit, nearly doubling in size. This change didn't surprise Yi-chan too much, as he often observed the sleeping critter within the heaven spirit ring and had noticed the little monkey's growth. What truly astonished Yi-chan was that after the little one woke up from its deep sleep, it could actually speak. Just now, the little one had even transmitted its voice to his mind.
Yi-chan.
Yi-chan, are you hurt? The little one's childlike voice still echoed in Yi-chan's mind, an event that had never happened before. Yi-chan had tried to communicate with the little monkey before, but the lively little creature could only understand him, not converse with him using words. But now, the little monkey could speak, which of course thrilled Yi-chan beyond measure. Little monkey, was it you who transmitted your voice to me? Yi-chan couldn't help but transmit his voice back to the little monkey. It was me, Yi-chan. It was me who transmitted my voice to you. The little monkey flew out from the heaven spirit ring, and with a sure lu sound landed on Yi-chan's shoulder. Rubbing its head affectionately against Yi-chan's neck, it looked up at Yi-chan with its bright eyes that gleamed like black jewels, all the while transmitting its voice to him. Hearing the little monkey's voice again, Yi-chan was finally certain that the little critter could indeed talk. The sudden appearance of the little monkey and its affectionate interaction with Yi-chan left the other tomb explorers utterly astonished. They hadn't expected that Yi-chan carried such a strange little monkey on him. Just from the golden glow emanating from the little monkey's body, its dazzling radiance and the golden light fluttering around, they could tell it was no ordinary creature. They suspected it might be some kind of divine spirit beast they had never heard of. The tomb explorers were shocked, but the gathered three great demon towers, Tiger Demon Tower, Python Demon Tower, and Eagle Demon Tower, felt their minds recoil as if struck by lightning the moment they saw the little monkey, finding it almost impossible to breathe. The three great demon towers even sensed a fatal threat emanating from this tiny golden monkey, as if the golden monkey was their born nemesis. Boom! 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 This inexplicable feeling even caused the three great demon towers, who had gathered together and were ready to strike Yi-chan simultaneously, to retreat several steps backward in horror. They almost collided with one another in their panicked retreat. In the end, the three great demon towers even felt an urge to flee. Had it not been for their duty to guard this ancient tomb under the order of Heavenly Saint Moya, they might have fled at first sight of the little monkey due to instinctual fear. The three great demon towers were instinctively frightened of the little monkey. What exactly is it? The three great demon towers sensed that the little monkey hadn't released any aura surpassing theirs, but strangely, it inspired fear at the very bottom of their hearts. This bewildering feeling made the three great demon towers keep retreating hundreds of meters before they could stand firm again, their demon eyes shimmering as they warily observed the little monkey. It wasn't just the three great demon towers. On the other side, the five other demon towers that had been ignoring Yi-chan and the others, who were carrying the bronze coffin, also turned their gazes toward Yi-chan for the first time when the little monkey appeared. And in the eyes of these five demon towers, a look of fear was also evident. Only when the light that had spread over the entire bronze coffin flickered and recaptured the attention of the five demon towers did they look away from the little monkey. But upon closer inspection, one could see that even without looking at the little monkey, the five demon towers carrying the bronze coffin were trembling. The actions of the three great demon towers and the abnormal behavior of the other five had already caught everyone's attention. Fairy Nishang and the other tomb explorers noticed that the 8 demon towers seemed to fear the little monkey. This development made everyone's heart skip a beat. If this little monkey that suddenly appeared truly frightened the 8 demon towers, the tide of battle might change. Seeing this scene, Yi-chen's mind stirred. The little monkey is a descendant of a true spirit. Could it be that these demon towers are afraid of the true spirit kind? Thinking this, Yi-chan transmitted to the little monkey, "Little monkey, do you recognize these demons?" The golden little monkey standing on Yi-chen's shoulder shook its head. "Don't know them, but I suddenly felt a strange sensation and woke up." "Yi-chen, did they hurt you?" I feel like I can take them on. The little monkey's childish words caused Yi-chun to be taken aback. Could it take on these demon towers? Keep in mind, these demon towers are all late-stage demons in the rotating pill phase. Even if the little monkey was a true spirit, being so small, it couldn't possibly have become strong enough to face late-stage rotating pill demons. Could there be some special ability that specifically counters these demons? While Yi-chun was contemplating, the little monkey jumped down from his shoulder and flew into midair. Then, the little one looked at the 3 great demon towers in front of it and said, "Was it you who hurt Yi-chun?" The voice of the little monkey was exceptionally youthful, yet it naturally carried a sense of inexplicable majesty. Its voice fell upon the ears of the 3 great demon towers, who with a thud, 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 took several steps back, only when they remembered their own late-stage Dan rotation realm, and that they possessed the Heavenly Saint-level treasures bestowed by their master, which granted them Heavenly Saint combat power, did they feel they should not show weakness in front of this tiny monkey. Only then did the 3 great demon towers stand firm again. The re-established 3 great demon towers said in a deep voice, "So what if we were the ones who injured him? He also injured us." Upon learning that the bloodstains on Yi-chun were indeed caused by these demons, the little monkey was infuriated in an instant. The little monkey, only the size of 2 palms, made a whoosh sound and leapt onto the ground, where astonishing golden radiance erupted from its body in a blink of an eye. The golden light soared into the sky, and a mysterious roar began to echo through the entire void. At the same time, the small golden monkey suddenly grew in stature in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the monkey had grown to dozens of meters tall. Even though it was still smaller than the 3 great demon towers, the authority and presence it emanated were even more intense than before. Seeing the little monkey grow, Yi-chun was startled. This was yet another new change of the little monkey since waking up. It seemed that the little fellow who had woken up from its slumber was truly different from before. Yi-chun could no longer help but ask the little fellow what other changes it had undergone. Before Yi-chun could inquire, the little monkey, after speaking and increasing in size, underwent a 3rd transformation. Staring at the 3 great demon towers, the infuriated little monkey's eyes, as shiny as black gems, suddenly took on an otherworldly hue of fiery red. In an instant, the monkey's eyes seemed to have turned into fire eyes. Following that, 3 golden divine rays shot forth from those eyes, and in an instant, they burst out toward the 3 great demon towers. Boom! 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 The 3 astonishing divine rays from the monkey's eyes reached the 3 great demon towers in a flash. The 3 great demon towers, despite possessing Heavenly Saint-level techniques, were immobilized by the fire eye divine light as if they were bound, unable to move an inch, and in the next moment, they were struck directly by the divine light. The 3 rays of divine light burned holes straight through the bodies of the 3 great demon towers, creating 3 large hollows. The scene shocked everyone, whether it was Fairy Nishong and other tomb explorers, Yi-chun, or even the 3 great demon towers themselves. None could believe it. No one expected that the small monkey, with just one move, would cause harm to the 3 great demon towers, and what's more, they couldn't even move. What in the world is this divine light? This thought flashed through everyone's minds in an instant. Then, 2 different emotions began to emerge between the 2 parties. Yi-chun's side shifted from shock to great joy, while the 3 great demon towers went from alarm to true terror. The 3 great demon towers, with 3 large hollows now burnt into them by the fire eye divine light, turned tail and fled wildly as soon as they broke free from the immobility. In their frenzied escape, they tried to replenish the huge hollows burned into them with their flowing demonic energy, but their aura was significantly weaker than before. Indeed, the little monkey had caused damage to the 3 great demon towers in a single move. Seeing the 3 great demon towers fleeing, and having finally found their weakness, how could Yi-chun let them escape so easily again? Little monkey, let's strike together and take them down. Boom! Instantly, the power of the Heavenly Saint surged from Yi-chun, and he began to chase after the 3 great demon towers like a madman.
Okay, Yi-chun.
Of course, the little monkey would listen to Yi Chen's words. The moment Yi Chen moved, the little monkey instantly shrank back to its original form. Then with a flash, it also pursued the three great demon towers. Even before its slumber, the little monkey had an unbelievably fast speed and could effortlessly take the water from the fire elemental spring under the watch of the willow demon. Now, after its metamorphosis from sleep, the little monkey's speed was even faster than before, almost as if it were darting through cracks in the void. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the little monkey had unbelievably outstripped the lead of the three great demon towers and blocked their path. Once more, the little monkey's body swelled in size, and it shot the fire-eye divine light at the three great demon towers. While the three great demon towers were immobilized once again and burned by the fire-eye divine light, Yi Chen, ablaze with the power of the heavenly saint, also joined the fray. Crimson Fire Sword. Strike. In a flash, the crimson fire flying sword shot forth from the center of Yi Chen's brows, transforming into a stunning crimson light that slashed at the necks of the immobilized three great demon towers. Chapter 262. Sudden Change. The crimson fire flying sword, imbued with the power of the heavenly saint, was so formidable that in the moment the three great demon towers were imprisoned, the sword transformed into a blazing crimson light that immediately severed the huge heads of the three great demon towers. Boom! 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 At the same time, the fire-eye divine light released by the little monkey also burned three massive holes into the bodies of the three great demon towers. With their heads sliced off and massive holes burning in their bodies, if they were human cultivators, they would definitely be dead by now. However, these three great demon towers were formed of demonic energy. In the moment Yi Chen and the little monkey's killing moves finished and the imprisonment lifted, the severed heads of the three great demon towers instantly flew back up, and the massive holes in their bodies also healed instantaneously. The three great demon towers still were not dead. But, even though they did not die, having suffered two heavy blows in quick succession, the aura of the three great demon towers had been depleted by more than 1/10. Looking at this state, it was feared that attacking the three great demon towers 7 or 8 more times would be enough to completely annihilate them. The three great demon towers, having recovered again, now looked at Yi Chen and the little monkey with terror in their demonic eyes, completely devoid of any thought of resistance. All they wanted was to escape the attack and wait for the ritual of the bronze giant coffin on the other side to be completed. Boom! 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 The three great demon towers, while propelling the sacred artifacts and power of the heavenly saint within them, once again turned to flee. In a one-on-one fight, not one of the three great demon towers was a match for Yi Chen. Previously, Yi Chen, without any help, was unable to suppress the combined strength of the three great demon towers. But now, the little monkey's innate divine ability was the perfect counter to them. With the little monkey's assistance, would Yi Chen allow the three great demon towers to escape? Of course, he intended to eradicate them in one fell swoop. Attack again! Yi Chen instantly spoke out to the little monkey, and then, as the little monkey was teleporting through the void, Yi Chen also ignited the power of the heavenly saint within him and once again charged towards the three great demon towers. Seeing Yi Chen and the little monkey attack once more, the three great demon towers immediately deployed their sacred artifacts: the Void Great Treasure Cover, 8 Flames Fan, and even the Eagle Demon Tower's wings, all shining with a startling brilliance. But now, these maneuvers of the three great demon towers could no longer stop the united front of Yi Chen and the little monkey. Swish! 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 In an instant, Yi Chen's crimson fire flying sword targeted both the Void Great Treasure Cover and the 8 Flames Fan, while at the same time, with a grasp of his large hand, the vast and boundless power of the heavenly saint formed the heavenly gang sword formation, instantly creating a beam of starlight sword energy and slashing simultaneously at the Eagle Demon Tower. As Yi Chen attacked the three great demon towers, the little monkey also made the third strike, releasing the fire-eye divine light. The slashing of the crimson fire flying sword sent both the Void Great Treasure Cover and the 8 Flames Fan flying, and the starlight sword energy that collided with the Eagle Demon Tower's wings also emitted a piercing scratching noise. At that moment, The little monkey's fire-eye divine light imprisoned the three great demon towers for the third time. Even with anticipation of Yi-chan and the little monkey's moves and preparations made in advance, under the fire-eye divine light of the little monkey, the three great demon towers still had no chance to escape. This time Yi-chan, with a grasp of his large hand, exhausted all the power of the heavenly saint within him, forming a colossal sky-supporting hand larger than the combined size of the three great demon towers, and viciously slapped down at them. Crash! This slap changed the color of the heavens and the earth. The outburst of power from the heavenly saint instantly flattened the three great demon towers into three streams of demonic energy, which were almost completely dissipated by the colossal sky-supporting hand's slap. At last, when the three streams of demonic energy reformed into the three great demon towers, their aura had been sharply reduced by half, no longer possessing the formidable power they had at the late spin-up phase. At this moment, the three great demon towers completely lost the will to struggle. No matter how they tried to escape or even used the sacred artifacts for aid, they were no match for the joint force of Yi-chan and the little monkey. They were continuously being attacked, their aura significantly weakened. How could they struggle? This time, the three great demon towers all looked towards the other five demon towers, towards the bronze giant coffin that the five great demon towers held aloft. In the end, the three great demon towers all shouted out, "Master, save us!" Fairy Nishong and other tomb explorers, upon seeing Yi-chan and the little monkey join forces to completely suppress the three great demon towers, were overjoyed. Suddenly, when the three great demon towers stopped struggling and cried out, "Master, save us," they all froze. Yi-chan also frowned and followed the gaze of the three great demon towers, looking towards the bronze giant coffin. The master of these three great demon towers, was clearly the true owner of this ancient tomb, Heavenly Saint Moya. And these three great demon towers were actually calling out to the dead Heavenly Saint Moya for help? This was just too bizarre. Yi-chan, should we continue to attack? At this moment, the childlike voice of the little monkey reached Yi-chan again. Attack! Although Yi-chan had a vague bad feeling, seeing that the three great demon towers were no longer struggling, he certainly would not miss this opportunity to slay them. In an instant, Yi-chan once again ignited the Heavenly Saint Law bead within him, gathering the power of the Heavenly Saint to launch an attack on the three great demon towers, and the little monkey also unleashed the fire-eye divine light again. Master! Master! Seeing Yi-chan and the little monkey attack again, the three great demon towers changed their expressions, but they still looked towards the bronze giant coffin, continuing to cry out. Just as the attack from Yi-chan and the little monkey was about to hit the three great demon towers again, the black swampy land deep inside the ancient tomb suddenly darkened. Next, a strange power began to rise throughout the land. This strange power even caused the attacks of Yi-chan and the little monkey to falter. Yi-chan and the little monkey, feeling something, looked towards the bronze giant coffin. Fairy Nishong, Lu Yen, Yun Luo, and others also turned their gaze towards the bronze giant coffin at the same time. Everyone realized that this mysterious power seemed to be emanating from the bronze giant coffin. The bronze giant coffin was very likely the burial tomb of Heavenly Saint Moya. Could it be that Heavenly Saint Moya had left something behind in this coffin? While this thought flashed through everyone's minds, the bronze giant coffin, which was held high by the five great demon towers and covered in strange runes, unexpectedly left the palms of the five great demon towers and began to move on its own. Seeing the flying bronze giant coffin, the five great demon towers directly prostrated themselves on the ground. And the tiger demon Tang, eagle demon Tang, and python demon tower also prostrated themselves directly. All 8 great demon towers were now bowing towards the bronze giant coffin. At that moment, something happened that no one had anticipated. The previously tightly sealed bronze giant coffin's lid suddenly flew into the air, and then, a blue-brown flame rose directly from within the giant coffin. The rising blue-brown flame eventually transformed into the figure of an old man with a gaunt face and deep eyes, holding a snake-headed cane. Heavenly Saint Moya! When Yi-chan saw the figure formed by the blue-brown flame, he couldn't help but exclaim, This figure of the old man was exactly the same as the visage of heavenly Saint Moya revealed to him by Phoenix Spirit back in Azure Blue Mansion. This old man formed by the blue-brown flame was actually the long-dead heavenly saint, Moya. In the midst of Yi Chen's incredulous exclamation, as Fairy Nishong and the others' expressions changed drastically upon hearing the 4 words Heavenly Saint Moya, and while the little monkey's bright eyes curiously observed the figure formed by the bundle of flames and the 8 great demon towers all kowtowed to the bronze giant coffin, the old man formed by the flames actually spoke. After more than 3,000 years, I, Moya, have finally awakened once again. Chapter 263, Heavenly Saint True Soul. Boom! 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 The words of the elder transformed into flames struck Yi Chen, Fairy Nishong, and the other tomb explorers like a bolt from the blue, completely dumbfounding them. Moya? Could this elder transformed from flames really be Heavenly Saint Moya? How bizarre! It was just too bizarre. The Heavenly Saint ancient tomb, the buried Heavenly Saint, could actually come back to life? To speak after having been dead for thousands of years? This was beyond anything Yi Chen and the others could have ever predicted. Even their initial shock from learning that this ancient tomb did not belong to Heavenly Saint Linghua but to Moya of the 10 great demon sects was nothing compared to this overwhelming revelation. It was truly unbelievable. Heavenly Saint Ancient Tomb. Heavenly Saint Ancient Tomb. Could it be that Heavenly Saint Moya never died and has been hiding in this bronze coffin all along? But if he isn't dead, why would he, with the cultivation of a heavenly saint, hide in this tomb and not leave? Also, this cluster of flames doesn't have a human form. It doesn't look like the real Heavenly Saint Moya at all. Yet he claims to be Moya. What in the world is going on? Yi Chen's mind was filled with countless questions. It wasn't just Yi Chen. The other tomb explorers were completely bewildered as well. This event had completely surpassed their understanding. While Yi Chen and the others were shocked, the 8 great demon towers, who had fallen to the ground in worship at the sight of the elder, cried out in excitement, "Master, Master, you've really awakened." The voice of the 8 great demon towers made the last bit of disbelief among the explorers vanish without a trace. If even the 8 great guardians of Heavenly Saint Moya called this elder transformed into flames Master, then he must truly be Heavenly Saint Moya. Realizing that they had intruded into the tomb of a living Heavenly Saint and had been fighting against the Heavenly Saint's 8 great guardians, contemplating escape, and even previously attempting to seize the relics within, sent chills down everyone's spine. They had fallen into the trap of the living Heavenly Saint Moya. Come, let me see what kind of young people the mechanisms I left behind in my tomb have brought me. Hearing the words of the 8 great demon towers, the elder Heavenly Saint Moya, transformed from blue-brown flames floating above the gigantic bronze coffin, sized up Yi Chen and the others while reaching out with his skeletal hand toward the 8 great demon towers below. Sacrifice to the Master. Master, come and investigate. Under the grasp of Heavenly Saint Moya, the 8 great demon towers flew toward him on their own volition. Spurt, spurt, spurt. In the end, the astonishingly powerful 8 great demon towers all transformed into 8 torrents of demon chi, flying into the elder's hands and ultimately merging into a black orb, fusing together. And Heavenly Saint Moya, with his skeletal hand holding the black orb, closed his eyes. It appeared as though he was absorbing the memory from the demon orb. The actions of Heavenly Saint Moya left the other explorers too scared to move. This was a heavenly saint after all. The Heavenly Saint realm, the most powerful realm throughout the barbaric wilderness continent. An existence that transcended the ordinary and achieved sainthood. In front of such an entity, they had no means of resistance. Forget the tomb explorers. Even Yi Chen, who possessed the power of a heavenly saint, had to be extremely cautious in the presence of this Heavenly Saint Moya. A heavenly saint and the power of a heavenly saint are 2 very different things. Whether it was the heavenly saint power from the heavenly saint law bead that Yi Chen possessed, or the heavenly saint killing force on the sacred artifacts held by the Tiger Demon Tower, the Eagle Demon Tower, or the Python Demon Tower, they were all merely artifacts refined by a heavenly saint. Such refined artifacts, though also possessing heavenly saint-level power, naturally could not compare with the mighty strength of the heavenly saint himself. Just think about it. A heavenly saint could refine countless heavenly saint law beads, and the power of these refined beads could not possibly match the formidable power and ability of the heavenly saint himself. A heavenly saint can use an endless stream of heavenly saint power, which is countless times more powerful than the heavenly saint power that Yichun and the others borrowed. Seeing the actions of heavenly Saint Moya, Yichun couldn't help but call the little monkey back to his side, ready to slip into the azure blue mansion at the first sign of trouble. The situation had now surpassed all previous predictions. Only the azure blue mansion, this contingency plan, might enable Yichun to survive in the presence of the resurrected heavenly Saint Moya. Thud, thud, thud. Heavenly Saint Moya's skeletal hand grabbed the black sphere transformed by the 8 great demon towers, while the others below dared not even move, let alone breathe. Their hearts pounded wildly, having no idea how Heavenly Saint Moya would deal with them next. Such waiting was the most torturous thing. But when Heavenly Saint Moya's hand moved away from the black sphere and he looked at them again, they realized that not waiting was even more terrifying. Heavenly Saint Moya opened his eyes in an instant and reached out with a large hand toward the crowd, immediately seizing a half-step spin Dan loose cultivator from the air. The half-step spin Dan loose cultivator struggled frantically, but to no avail, and was directly dragged up into the sky. In the end, the half-step spin Dan loose cultivator fell right into Heavenly Saint Moya's palm. Heavenly Saint Moya once again stretched out his skeletal hand towards the head of the half-step spin Dan loose cultivator. Then, everyone saw that the half-step spin Dan loose cultivator's 7 orifices started bleeding, and in just a moment, he was dead beyond doubt. At this time, Heavenly Saint Moya, as if having gained something great, stood up in the void. He flung his big hand, casting down the corpse of the half-step spin Dan loose cultivator. And then, his gaze turned directly to Yichun and the golden monkey on his shoulder. The way Heavenly Saint Moya looked at Yichun was as if he was viewing an extraordinary treasure, revealing an exceedingly greedy expression, constantly sizing up his body. This look sent a chill through Yichun's heart. When Heavenly Saint Moya looked at the golden monkey, he showed a trace of an odd expression, and even a flash of sharp light passed through his eyes. Then, Heavenly Saint Moya's gaze swept towards Lu Yen and demon sect disciple Xueyu. Being stared at by Heavenly Saint Moya's gaze, both Lu Yen and Xueyu felt a numbness in their hearts, and even the hidden disciple of the demon sects, Xueyu, felt a chill climbing up his body. TSK. I didn't expect that this opening of the ancient tomb would bring such promising youngsters from the spirit sea of the 13 countries of Tiannan. Heavenly Saint Moya spoke as his gaze swept across them. Your name is Yichun, right? Yichun, you, a mere boy, have managed to overpower my demon tower guards and dared to take my treasure, Azure Blue Mansion. It seems you have had many miraculous encounters. And that monkey on your shoulder, if I'm not mistaken, it must be a kind of true spirit most feared by practitioners of the demon path, known as the All Heavens Monkey. In the end, Heavenly Saint Moya directly addressed Yichun. All Heavens Monkey? Upon hearing Heavenly Saint Moya's words, Yichun turned and glanced at the little monkey on his shoulder, who also showed a puzzled expression. However, now was not the time to delve into the identity of the little monkey. Yichun had more doubts about this Heavenly Saint Moya. He gently touched the monkey's fur, and then looked straight at the old man transformed from flames. Heavenly Saint Moya, who are you? Are you truly the Heavenly Saint Moya from Defying Demon Sect? Why are you not in human form but transformed into flames? Yichun directly asked Heavenly Saint Moya. Hearing Yichun's question and seeing the other tomb explorers who were dumbstruck, Heavenly Saint Moya revealed a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Well, I have been trapped in this ancient tomb for more than 3,000 years. Since you are the descendants who have come to offer sacrifices, I suppose I can let you die with a little understanding. Yes, I am indeed Heavenly Saint Moya, but what you see before you is my divine soul, the true soul flame. My physical body perished more than 3,000 years ago in the battle with Heavenly Saint Linghua. Divine soul? True soul flame? This cluster of blue-brown flames was Heavenly Saint Moya's divine soul? Heavenly Saint Moya's physical body had already perished? Yi-chan and the others were stunned by Heavenly Saint Moya's words. They had never heard of a cultivator whose physical body perished while the divine soul survived for thousands of years. Usually, when a cultivator's body died, their divine soul should also perish immediately. Could it be that the divine soul of a heavenly saint was so powerful that it could survive after the death of the body and live for thousands of years? Heavenly Saint Moya paid no attention to the shocked expressions of the crowd and continued, "Back then, in the battle with Linghua, the sky shattered and the earth split. I was gravely injured. My body was completely shattered, and Linghua died by my hands. At the time, I was on the battlefield of these 13 countries of Tian-nan. If the other heavenly saints found out that my body was shattered, leaving only my true soul, I would likely be obliterated by them before I could return to the western wilderness, and they would kill me completely. I could only hide in this deep abyss that had been split open while everyone was unaware, down in a deep subterranean hole." As he spoke, Heavenly Saint Moya seemed to fall into his memories, his eyes starting to glint. I, Moya, among the 10 great heavenly saints of the western wilderness demon sects, was also one of the distinguished ones. I even survived a journey to the minor spirit realm. How could I die so easily? I cannot die, nor will I allow myself to die. I must continue to live. Unfortunately, when my body shattered, my true soul was also injured, and this flame of my true soul flame was about to be extinguished. Once the true soul flame dies, I am done for. Luckily during my ventures in the minor spirit realm, I obtained countless treasures, especially this life origin coffin, which allowed me to nourish my true soul flame and let it recover again. So, I rested within this life origin coffin for thousands of years, and finally, now my true soul flame has fully recovered. Heavenly Saint Moya grew more and more excited as he spoke until he burst into loud laughter in the end. Chapter 264 Body Snatching? Life Origin Coffin. True Soul Flame. Although Yi-chan had never heard of the things Heavenly Saint Moya mentioned, through his words, Yi-chan finally understood. It turned out that Heavenly Saint Moya had suffered severe injuries, which is why he hid within this ancient tomb, recovering cautiously in the depths of the tomb, inside a massive coffin. However, since he had recovered, why had he lured them into the ancient tomb in the first place? Why did you lure us into the ancient tomb and impersonate Heavenly Saint Linghua's identity, sending out Heavenly Saint Linghua's law token to let us enter the tomb in search of treasures? Yi-chan directly questioned Heavenly Saint Moya. Yi-chan's confusion was shared by the other tomb explorers, who all turned their attention toward Heavenly Saint Moya in the sky. Why did I lure you into the ancient tomb? Heavenly Saint Moya sneered before entering the life origin coffin. I painstakingly constructed this ancient tomb. Of course, it wasn't going to be for nothing. I lured you into the ancient tomb because my physical body is shattered, leaving only my soul intact. To continue living, of course, I need to find a suitable body to body snatch. Body snatching. Once I body snatch a new physical body, my soul will enter it. Relying on my incredibly powerful Heavenly Saint True Soul, I will be able to cultivate again, become strong again, and dominate once more. By using the temptation of Heavenly Saint treasures, I bring in powerful young talents from the 13 southern countries as cultivators, providing me with truly talented bodies. Good, you haven't disappointed me. The 13 southern countries haven't disappointed me. I originally thought if the first batch to enter the tomb had unsuitable bodies, I would let some of you leave and then lure a second group in. Unexpectedly, you, the first batch of young people to enter, have proven strong enough for me to reveal myself. I have already selected a body, one that even has better cultivating talents than my body had in the past. This body has managed to obtain the Heavenly Saint Law bead at such a young age. No wonder it could take my azure blue mansion. It truly must be the will of the heavens that allows me, Heavenly Saint Moya, to dominate the world with an even stronger talent. By the end of his speech, the burning gaze of Heavenly Saint Moya was fixed entirely on Yi-chan. Clearly, the body that Heavenly Saint Moya desired to possess belonged to the strongest existence among the tomb explorers, Yi-chan's body. Hearing Heavenly Saint Moya express his desire to take over a body left all the tomb explorers stunned. They had never heard of someone using their soul to take over someone else's body. What kind of power was this? If one really could take over a body with their soul, that would be terrifying indeed. What these tomb explorers didn't know was that once a cultivator's level reached the rotating pill realm, the soul could grow stronger through the laws of the 5 great virtual heavens. Otherwise, Yi-chen's ability to instantaneously move with his divine sense would not have been detected by the rotating pill realm experts. And at the Heavenly Saint realm, not only does the physical body cultivate Heavenly Saint power, but the soul also cultivates a tremendously powerful attack ability, even capable of taking over another's body with the Heavenly Saint true soul by assaulting with the soul. Although body snatching comes with many restrictions and could result in failure or seizing a poor body, generally, Heavenly Saints would not abandon their own bodies to snatch someone else's unless it was an extreme case. However, having the body-snatching ability indeed provided Heavenly Saints with another method of extending life. As long as the soul does not perish, even if the body is shattered, a Heavenly Saint realm expert still has a chance to rise again. This is also why when Heavenly Saints fight, to truly kill the opponent, one must obliterate the adversary's soul. The other tomb explorers were terrified, but Yi-chan, upon seeing Heavenly Saint Moya's gaze turn towards him when he mentioned body snatching, felt a sudden surge in his heart. Clearly, Yi-chan realized that Heavenly Saint Moya intended to body snatch him. Yi-chan finally understood why after they entered the ancient tomb, they faced one challenge after another. Only the strong could reach the end. It turns out this was all Heavenly Saint Moya's plan to select a body for himself. And the strongest among them, Yi-chan, was now the one he had set his sights on. You want to take my body? In your dreams. Yi-chan's face darkened, and in an instant, his Heavenly Saint Defense Law bead infused him with countless Heavenly Saint powers, protecting his entire being. And at the same time, Yi-chan was about to re-enter the Azure Blue Mansion. Just as Yi-chan's divine sense was communicating with the Azure Blue Mansion, a voice suddenly transmitted into his mind. Don't worry, Yi-chan. Although I can't leave the Azure Blue Mansion, I have a way to protect your divine sense. Let that Moya try to body snatch you. As his soul enters your mind, I will utterly annihilate him. Furthermore, this will be a good opportunity to inspect his soul's memories and find out how you can leave this ancient tomb. This Moya, since he claimed that Heavenly Saint Linghua died at his hands, then he must have the Law Relic of Heavenly Saint Linghua, along with various treasures he has collected. You've expended quite a bit of your Heavenly Saint power previously, and you need to compensate for that loss. Killing Heavenly Saint Moya will remove a hidden threat for the 13 countries of the southern heavens and allow you to seize all his treasures. This Moya, despite being nearly infallible, would never expect that I would be in Azure Blue Mansion, ready to help you slay him. That voice was none other than Phoenix Spirit. After Yi-chan carried the Azure Blue Mansion with him, Phoenix Spirit had been observing Yi-chan through the mansion, and now, at this critical moment, Phoenix Spirit finally spoke up. Hearing Phoenix Spirit's voice, Yi-chan was greatly stirred. Phoenix Spirit was a miraculous being born from the divine phoenix lineage of the upper realms. She was the true phoenix feather on the divine artifact, the ice snow divine fan, extraordinary and peculiar, even granting her the allegiance of the heaven-shaking giant spider that was more powerful than Heavenly Saint Moya. If she said she could slay Moya, she most definitely could. Yi-chan was worried about how to deal with Heavenly Saint Moya, whose true soul he knew nothing about. Phoenix Spirit's words instantly calmed his heart. With his heart now calm, Yi-chan's expression remained stern and composed, and he even continued to activate the Heavenly Saint Defense Law bead. Killing Heavenly Saint Moya meant all the Heavenly Saint treasures would be in hand. Yi-chun certainly wouldn't be stingy with the Heavenly Saint Law beads now. Using the Heavenly Saint Law beads to deceive Heavenly Saint Moya was absolutely worth it. Seeing the golden radiance of the Heavenly Saint power emanating from Yi-chun, Heavenly Saint Moya sneered coldly. Stop struggling. How could this Heavenly Saint power possibly stop me? Only a true Heavenly Saint might manage that. Little boy, give up your body to the true and mighty me. Boom! 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 As Heavenly Saint Moya spoke, he reached out into the void, lifting everyone. Yi-chun, Fairy Nishang, Lu Yen, Yun Luo, Shui Yu, and all the rest, up from the ground. Even the golden monkey was bound by an inexplicable force in the midst of the void. This situation terrified everyone. Many tomb explorers were even screaming in sheer terror. These were the techniques of a heavenly saint, the true methods of a heavenly saint that they had no power to resist. Those I find of use will stay, the rest of you die. As Heavenly Saint Moya spoke, his body transformed again into a blue bronze flame that flew down from the sky. Meanwhile, the black orbs transformed by the 8 great demon towers flew directly into the flames of Heavenly Saint Moya. Then, the flame-shaped Heavenly Saint Moya instantly radiated an endless, strange luminance from his true soul flame. Beneath the strange luminance, accompanied by a series of boom 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 explosion sounds, each and every tomb explorer burst apart and died. In the end, the only ones remaining in the sky were Yi-chun, Lu Yen, Shui Yu, and the golden monkey. Even Fairy Nishang and the injured Yun Luo had perished in the carnage. Yi-chun, who awaited Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul's body snatching for annihilation, was utterly taken aback by Moya's ruthless actions. He had killed almost everyone before the body snatching even began. Even if Yi-chun wanted to, he couldn't have asked Phoenix Spirit to save them in time. Fairy Nishang was dead. Yun Luo was dead, and most of the others too. Yi-chun's mind was wildly shaken. He couldn't fathom why, besides him and the golden monkey, Heavenly Saint Moya had spared Lu Yen and Shui Yu. As his mind reeled, Phoenix Spirit's voice suddenly entered Yi-chun's mind. Yi-chun, hold on to your soul. No sooner had Yi-chun snapped out of his shock at Phoenix Spirit's voice than he saw Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame shooting straight towards the space between his eyebrows. And in an instant, it flew into his mind. Chapter 265. The 3 major soul fragments. Essence, Qi, and Spirit are the 3 vital signs of a cultivator's life. Essence refers to the physical body. Qi refers to the true Qi cultivated within the Qi Sea, and Spirit is the most special, referring to the divine sense and divine soul hidden within the mind. The physical body can always be strengthened by ordinary people, while true Qi can only be cultivated by those who have opened up the Qi Sea. As for the divine soul, it is even more special. Only those with profound cultivation or who have come into contact with special techniques may strengthen the divine soul. The divine souls of ordinary people are scattered, whereas the cultivators who have experienced the 5 major astral laws at the rotating pill realm have long since condensed their divine souls into form, and can even sense the void by borrowing the astral laws. After reaching the heavenly saint realm, divine souls can even form the incredibly powerful true soul flame, possessing unmatched offensive power. Yi-chun's mind, just like the Qi Sea, possessed an immensely vast inner world. Within this world, countless threads of Yi-chun's divine sense, like stars, were scattered, adorning the world of the mind. Combined, these threads comprised Yi-chun's divine soul. Each person's divine soul occupies its own world within the mind. But now, a cluster of blue-brown flames suddenly burst into Yi-chun's inner world. This intruding blue-brown flame was none other than the heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame. If these blue-brown flames were to destroy Yi-chun's divine soul completely, then heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame could truly occupy Yi-chun's inner world, truly control Yi-chun's physical body, and truly body-snatch Yi-chun. Boom! 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 After the heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame invaded Yi-chun's mind, The blue-brown flames burned even more fiercely. Ha ha, after body snatching this physical body, from now on Heavenly Saint Moya, will be able to come out of seclusion and rise again. Little kid, just prepare to be completely annihilated. Amidst the rolling sounds, the divine soul flame of Heavenly Saint Moya crazily burned towards the numerous threads of Yi Chen's divine sense. Heavenly Saint Moya, being of the Heavenly Saint realm, had a divine soul that did not perish even after his physical body shattered for over 3,000 years, which shows how powerful his divine soul was. And Yi Chen was merely at the spirit sea realm, his divine soul not even condensed into form, but scattered with no offensive power whatsoever. At this moment, these scattered threads of divine soul were like lambs to the slaughter, only able to watch as Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame burned toward them. If it were any other cultivator seeing this scene, they might have already started screaming in horror by now. Because if the divine soul falls, then the person themselves truly perishes. But Yi Chen, upon seeing Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame burning towards him, wasn't the least bit frightened, for he knew that Phoenix Spirit had allowed him to lure Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame into his mind for a reason. Indeed, just as Heavenly Saint Moya's roaring voice echoed, and the true soul flame burned towards Yi Chen's divine soul, 5 lotus leaf-shaped glows suddenly flew out from the sacred artifact on Yi Chen's body, and in an instant, these glows shot into Yi Chen's mind. Before Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame could reach even a thread of Yi Chen's divine soul, the 5 lotus glows that flew into Yi Chen's mind transformed into 5 immense lotus leaves, instantly enveloping Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame completely. This turn of events shocked Heavenly Saint Moya entirely, and when Heavenly Saint Moya's divine soul charged towards these 5 lotus leaves, it was completely blocked, and even some of his true soul flame was annihilated upon touching the lotus leaves, turning his surprise into utter terror. Heavenly Saint Moya, who was absolutely confident in body-snatching a spirit sea realm youth, could not have imagined that something capable of overpowering his true soul flame would appear in Yi Chen's mind. What are these lotus leaves? Heavenly Saint Moya shouted in horror. As a heavenly saint who had cultivated the Heavenly Saint True Soul, Moya of course knew the power of the Heavenly Saint True Soul. He could say, with just the attack of the Heavenly Saint True Soul, he was able to sweep away all cultivators below the Heavenly Saint realm. The only thing that could counter the Heavenly Saint True Soul were incredibly powerful sacred treasures or divine artifacts related to the divine soul. But divine soul-related sacred treasures are rarer than ordinary sacred artifacts. And as for divine artifacts, they are even more elusive for heavenly saints to obtain. Yi Chen, in possession of a sacred artifact flying sword, actually had another mysterious secret treasure against the Heavenly Saint True Soul, which completely disbelieved Heavenly Saint Moya. How could a spirit sea realm possibly have such treasures? Even Heavenly Saint Moya, as a heavenly saint being who has many sacred artifacts, did not possess a sacred treasure related to the divine soul. Yet this youth had more and even stronger treasures than him, a heavenly saint. What Heavenly Saint Moya did not know was that Yi Chen had already formed a connection with the Phoenix Spirit within the Azure Blue Mansion. And as the treasure trove of the Divine Phoenix clan, the mansion naturally possessed items capable of countering divine soul attacks. Not to mention the 5 lotus leaves of the divine soul-related secret treasure, but the mansion contained even more mysterious treasures. Heavenly Saint Moya screamed in shock, with no way out. Numerous experiences with body snatching have shown that although it can extend a heavenly saint's life, it is also fraught with extreme danger. Body snatching can only be attempted once with each cluster of divine soul. Once the Heavenly Saint True Soul enters another's body-mind world, there are only 2 outcomes: successful body snatching, taking over a new body, or failure, resulting in complete dissolution. There is no possibility of the Heavenly Saint True Soul exiting the body once entered. Moreover, the time for body snatching is limited, only lasting 1 hour. If body snatching isn't successful within that time, the world of mind will directly counterattack and kill the invading divine soul. At this moment, the true soul of Heavenly Saint Moya had already entered Yi Chen's mind, with no way of retreat. It was either his death or Yi Chen's demise. Now, trapped within the embrace of the 5 lotus leaves, Heavenly Saint Moya had no other options. He must break through the confinement of the lotus leaves, kill Yi Chen's divine soul, or wait for the body snatching to fail and his true soul to perish. No, Heavenly Saint Moya, will definitely not be defeated by a kid like you. Boom! 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 In his frenzied cries, Heavenly Saint Moya unleashed the full power of his true soul flame, violently colliding with the surrounding lotus leaves. As the true soul flame of Heavenly Saint Moya struck, the 5 lotus leaves began to compress wildly. In the end, rather than being shattered by the true soul flame, the lotus leaves pressed in even tighter, to the point of nearly extinguishing the true soul flame of Heavenly Saint Moya. Witnessing this scene, Heavenly Saint Moya let out an even more astounded and frantic cry, while Yi Chen observed this terrifying battle unfolding within his mind's inner world. This spectacle might not match the scale of a physical and true Qi confrontation, but the battle of divine souls was far more dangerous than any bodily or true Qi fight. This was a battle to kill the divine soul. With the divine soul extinguished, that meant true and utter death. Perhaps he was about to witness the annihilation of a heavenly saint's true soul. Hum, hum, hum. Yi Chen didn't have to wait long. The 5 lotus leaves were none other than the true soul sacred artifact, Tiana Primal Leaf, activated by Phoenix Spirit. Among the Divine Phoenix clan, the Tiana Primal Leaf was an immensely powerful secret treasure designed to counter divine soul attacks. At this moment, the Tiana Primal Leaf certainly wasn't going to let Heavenly Saint Moya escape. The 5 lotus leaves whirred and tightened their grip increasingly, the internal force growing stronger. In the end, Heavenly Saint Moya, who could only let out a miserable shriek, saw his true soul flame completely extinguished. Ultimately, the 5 lotus leaves burst open with a jolt, and Yi Chen even noticed that Heavenly Saint Moya's original flame-shaped true soul had been torn into countless threads by the power of the lotus leaves, now disintegrating in his mind's world. Heavenly Saint Moya, has he really died just like this? Yi Chen watched these true soul threads, which were being twisted into nothingness, and could no longer hear the voice of Heavenly Saint Moya. Considering that a heavenly saint's true soul had just vanished and a heavenly saint had completely fallen, Yi Chen was profoundly shocked. At that moment, Phoenix Spirit's voice entered Yi Chen's mind. This cluster of true soul flame is dead, Yi Chen. Hurry, look at these disintegrating true souls. They may contain the numerous experiences of Moya. Touching these experiences will greatly help strengthen your divine soul. The disintegrating true soul contained Heavenly Saint Moya's experiences? Could it help bolster the divine soul? Upon hearing Phoenix Spirit's words, Yi Chen looked towards the disintegrating threads of divine soul, where the countless life experiences of Heavenly Saint Moya began to flicker wildly in the midst of soul disintegration. Included were Heavenly Saint Moya's cultivation process, insights, and even the process of his assault on various realms. His exploits in the minor spirit realm, and all about the construction of ancient tombs, the elaborate death traps, and the hidden locations of secret treasures. Yi Chen felt as if he was coming into contact with an immense flood of information. This information was even overwhelming his divine soul, which began to expand incessantly to accommodate the influx. Alas, Heavenly Saint Moya's divine soul disintegrated at an extremely fast pace, and the feeling of Yi Chen's divine soul expansion lasted only for a few moments before these divine souls and their experience fragments completely vanished. Just as Yi Chen's entire divine sense was focused on his inner world, digesting the experiences from the disintegration of Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame, at the moment when that cluster of true soul flame was fully extinguished, from the bronze giant coffin not far from Yi Chen, 2 more clusters of Heavenly Saint true soul flame suddenly burst forth. These 2 clusters of Heavenly Saint true soul flame were exactly the same as the one that had entered Yi Chen's mind. No one expected that within the bronze giant coffin, there were still 2 clusters of true soul flame hidden. Even Yi Chen, who had already killed 1 cluster of true soul flame, could not have anticipated this. My 3 soul fragmentations, one has actually perished. This youth, he actually managed to destroy my Heavenly Saint True Soul. The moment these 2 clusters of Heavenly Saint True Soul flame shot out, they once again took the form of Heavenly Saint Moya. Now, both Heavenly Saint Moyas turned their gazes toward Yichan in the air, eyes filled with both fear and resentment. Fortunately, I obtained the secret technique for cultivating avatars years ago. I could divide my Heavenly Saint True Soul into many soul fragmentations. Just in case, I divided my Heavenly Saint True Soul into 3 independent soul fragmentations. Even though one cluster has been extinguished, I still have 2 more. I, Heavenly Saint Moya, still have a chance to make a comeback. Even if I lost a cluster of soul fragmentation and can no longer return to my peak state, I can still survive. These Heavenly Saint Moyas, emerging from the bronze giant coffin, spoke, and one of the true soul flames immediately shot toward Shueyu, who was restrained in the sky. Not daring to attempt body-snatching Yichan again, Heavenly Saint Moya turned to seize Shueyu instead. He had spared Shueyu and Lu Yen precisely for this moment. Heavenly Saint Moya, truly worthy of being a being that had cultivated to the Heavenly Saint realm. He was indeed exceedingly cunning and had more than one trick up his sleeve. While attempting to snatch Yichen's body, he still had a contingency plan in place. Chapter 266. The Battle. All these changes took place in the blink of an eye. Sensing the anomaly from outside, Yichun swiftly exited the state of digesting Heavenly Saint Moya's experience and looked outside. When Yichun saw the 2 newly emerged true soul flames transform back into Heavenly Saint Moya, and one of the flames was even shooting towards Shueyu in the sky, disbelief completely took over Yichen's heart. The Heavenly Saint Moya he had just killed was still not completely dead, still alive. Soul fragmentation. There actually exists soul fragmentation. Yichun, it seems we have underestimated this Moya. Heavenly Saints indeed have many contingencies, which makes them very difficult to kill completely. It's a pity Jouer and I cannot leave the Azure Blue Mansion. We can only help you by lending the treasure of the mansion. After this Moya has suffered the loss of a soul fragment, he will probably steer clear of the treasures capable of killing him, and it will be very difficult to eliminate his other soul fragments. At this moment, the voice of Phoenix Spirit entered Yichen's mind. Soul fragmentation, although Yichun did not know what it was, from the name alone, he knew it likely involved secrets of the Heavenly Saint level that he had yet to come in contact with. In the brief moment Yichun and Phoenix Spirit communicated, the true soul flame aiming for Shueyu had already completely entered Shueyu's mind. Shueyu was but a cultivator in the later stages of the Spirit Sea, without any divine soul-class sacred artifacts or secret treasures. How could his divine soul withstand the possession of Heavenly Saint Moya? In an instant, Shueyu was successfully possessed. Even Shueyu, a disciple of the demon sex, could not struggle and was thoroughly obliterated in soul and spirit, completely dead. Shueyu, harboring countless schemes, would have never imagined dying at the hands of his demon sex senior, being possessed by him, and meeting such an end in the ancient tomb. Bang! In the sky, as soon as the possession was complete, Shueyu's body abruptly opened its eyes, and then the roaring voice of Heavenly Saint Moya rang out. Indeed, he is a disciple of my demon sex. This body, though not as good as that little brat's, is not bad either. The cultivation foundation has been well laid. While speaking, Heavenly Saint Moya started to control this new body, beginning to sense this new physical vessel. Watching Heavenly Saint Moya's movements, a chill ran through Yichen's heart. Heavenly Saint Moya had actually managed to possess a new body with this soul fragmentation. The true soul of a heavenly saint can indeed possess and completely control another body. Yichun felt a cold dread at this moment. Without the help of Phoenix Spirit, it is very likely that the new body Heavenly Saint Moya was sensing now would not be Shueyu's, but his own. The methods of a heavenly saint are indeed far beyond his current reach. Disciples of the demon sex. Hearing Heavenly Saint Moya's words and seeing his actions, Yi-chan was even more shocked. Was this Shui Yu actually a person of the demon sex? Among these tomb explorers, there was actually a disciple of the demon sex hidden. No wonder Heavenly Saint Moya had killed all the others but left this Shui Yu for last. Now, with Shui Yu dead, it was not the time to dwell on his identity as a member of the demon sex. Seeing that Moya had successfully possessed a body, Yi-chan immediately released the power of the Heavenly Saint within him, breaking free of the restraint and attacking Heavenly Saint Moya. Previously, Yi-chan had willingly remained restrained to lure Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul into his mind. But now, Yi-chan naturally had to use all his strength to kill the possessively successful Heavenly Saint Moya and his other soul fragment flame. As Yi-chan attacked, the 5 lotus leaves that had previously protected his divine soul also flew out, circling around various parts of his body. With the protection of the Tiana primal leaf, Yi-chan was no longer afraid of Heavenly Saint Moya's most formidable true soul flame, and after Moya's successful possession, his physical and true chi strength were absolutely unable to recover to the Heavenly Saint level so quickly. Yi-chan also had the Heavenly Saint Law bead, so of course, there was even less reason to fear. While attacking Heavenly Saint Moya, Yi-chan also brandished his sword light, which flashed in the void, aiming to sever the restraints on the little golden monkey and Lu Yen and free them. After Shui Yu's possession, there were truly few tomb explorers remaining, apart from Yi-chan and the little monkey, as well as Jiang Yao inside the azure blue mansion. Only Lu Yen remained. Seeing Yi-chan attacking and attempting to rescue Lu Yen and the little golden monkey, the possessively successful Heavenly Saint Moya's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that Yi-chan would react so quickly, and seeing the 5 lotus leaves circling around Yi-chan, Heavenly Saint Moya grew even more apprehensive. This little brat is too strange. Absolutely cannot get close to him. First, eliminate the others. Having succeeded in possessing a second body, the third prepared body is now useless. That little monkey. I have lost interest in further research as well. Kill them all. Boom! Just as Yi-chan was rapidly closing in, the possessively successful Heavenly Saint Moya swiftly dodged the direction of Yi-chan's attack and pointed a finger towards Lu Yen and the little golden monkey in the void, releasing 2 black beams of finger light, which separately aimed to kill Lu Yen and the little golden monkey as soon as Yi-chan had released the restraints. At the same time, Heavenly Saint Moya's hand seemed to reach out into the void, grabbing hold of the treasures on the ground, and in a flash, he flew towards the bronze giant coffin. Seeing Heavenly Saint Moya's attack on the little golden monkey, Yi-chan's expression drastically changed. Yi-chan could no longer care about Heavenly Saint Moya headed toward the bronze giant coffin. If anything were to happen to the little golden monkey, Yi-chan would feel terribly guilty toward the spirit of the sacred artifact that had entrusted him with its care. However, Heavenly Saint Moya was much closer to Lu Yen and the little golden monkey than Yi-chan was. The speed of his attack was much faster than Yi-chan's speed of rescue. Just as Yi-chan's figure shot towards Lu Yen and the little golden monkey like lightning, still tens of meters away, Moya's assault had already reached the 2 of them. In the sky, just as Yi-chan had broken Lu Yan's restraints, he stared dumbfounded at the unfolding situation when Moya's attack was released towards him. Be careful. Come to me, quick. Yi-chan's voice had not yet reached Lu Yan's ears, nor had he had the chance to save Lu Yan, when the finger light struck by Heavenly Saint Moya instantly pierced through Lu Yan's body. Boom! Lu Yan fell backwards, crashing to the ground. On the other side, the golden monkey, upon seeing the finger light struck by Heavenly Saint Moya, flashed through the void, as if traveling through space, and vanished from the scene in an instant, making Heavenly Saint Moya's finger light miss its target. The next moment, the little monkey appeared next to Yi-chan, who had rushed over. Little monkey! Seeing the little monkey still alive, Yi-chan felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Yi-chan was so concerned that he forgot the little monkey was a true spirit. Even before its transformation, the little monkey's speed was unbelievably fast. After transforming, it was even faster than his own. Heavenly Saint Moya could kill Lu Yen, but not the little monkey.
Yeah, Ye Chen.
The little monkey, sensing Yi Chen's intense emotions, immediately flew into his embrace. This person, I feel a terrible aura about him. I can deal with his true chi, but that other soul power, I can't handle it. In Yi Chen's arms, the little monkey's tiny finger pointed towards Heavenly Saint Moya, who was flying towards the bronze giant coffin. At this moment, Heavenly Saint Moya had already reached the side of the bronze giant coffin. Furthermore, the third cluster of true soul flame on the bronze giant coffin directly began merging into Heavenly Saint Moya's new body. While Yi Chen was anxious to save the little monkey, Heavenly Saint Moya took the opportunity to start merging with another soul fragmentation. In an instant, the cluster of soul fragmentation merged into Heavenly Saint Moya's new body. Having successfully possessed a body, Heavenly Saint Moya certainly wouldn't separate his soul fragmentation again. He definitely intended to consolidate the most powerful divine soul. Originally, if the possession of Yi Chen had been successful without any mishap, by merging the three soul fragmentations, he would have been able to regain his fullest state as a Heavenly Saint true soul. Unexpectedly, there was a complication. However, even merging just two soul fragmentations was acceptable to Heavenly Saint Moya. Seeing another cluster of true soul flame enter into the new body, and Heavenly Saint Moya reaching directly towards the bronze giant coffin, Yi Chen inwardly cursed in dismay. From the true soul flame of Heavenly Saint Moya he had previously absorbed, Yi Chen knew that the bronze giant coffin contained almost all of Heavenly Saint Moya's important treasures. From Heavenly Saint Moya's actions, it was clear that he intended to take the treasures. Yi Chen certainly did not want to allow Heavenly Saint Moya to successfully obtain the treasures. Earlier, he had been busy saving the little monkey and had lost a chance. Now he must stop the treasures from being collected by Heavenly Saint Moya before it was too late. Little monkey, go into the Heaven Spirit Ring. Leave the rest to me. Yi Chen didn't want the little monkey to take any more risks. This Heavenly Saint Moya, in his relentless attacks, had killed Fairy Nishong, killed Yun Luo, killed countless tomb explorers, and now had even killed Lu Yen, the only one left. In the field, apart from Yi Chen, all the other tomb explorers had died. Yi Chen had never imagined that this would be the outcome for those who entered the ancient tomb for adventure. Of course, he was even less inclined to let this successfully possessed Heavenly Saint Moya go. Should he escape with his bloody methods, countless more would die by his hand. The little monkey looked at Yi Chen's expression. The clever creature knew that it could no longer be of any help to Yi Chen at this moment and, with a soft squeak, it directly flew into the Heaven Spirit Ring. In the sky, only Yi Chen and Heavenly Saint Moya remained. Whoosh! An intense aura erupted from Yi Chen, and with the massive power of the Heavenly Saint bolstering him, he rapidly charged towards Heavenly Saint Moya at the side of the bronze giant coffin. Hearing the fierce wind behind him, Heavenly Saint Moya's heart skipped a beat. He no longer dared to confront Yi Chen head-on. The 5 lotus leaves outside Yi Chen's body could completely suppress his divine soul, and his new body, being only of the spirit sea realm, provided little benefit to him. If he really clashed with Yi Chen now, he would not come out on top. Humph! Boy, Yi Chen, I will avenge the destruction of my soul fragmentation. This time, I'll spare your life. In the flicker of his gaze, Heavenly Saint Moya had already grasped the bronze giant coffin. Upon his touch, the bronze giant coffin rapidly shrank and shot towards his hand. Just as the bronze giant coffin was about to enter Heavenly Saint Moya's palm, a streak of crimson sword light suddenly slashed towards the hand that Heavenly Saint Moya had stretched towards the coffin. Crimson Fire Flying Sword. This was notably the Crimson Fire Flying Sword infused with the power of the Heavenly Saint, intent on stopping Heavenly Saint Moya from seizing the treasures. Chapter 267, Out of the Tomb. The Crimson Fire Flying Sword unleashed a brilliant, unmatched sword light, cleaving out a terrifying sword chi that stretched dozens of yards. It was as if a vast chasm that could not be crossed had been cut between Heavenly Saint Moya's palm and the treasure within the bronze giant coffin. And behind the unparalleled sword light of the Crimson Fire Flying Sword was Yi Chen, who was rapidly closing in for the kill. Heavenly Saint Moya dared not clash directly with Yi Chen. But if he wanted to snatch the treasure, he had to confront the sword chi cleaved by Yi-chan. He had to face Yi-chan head-on. My physical body and true chi are still of the spirit sea level, and even with the aid of the sacred artifact treasure, I can at most only match the sword power of this heavenly saint, and there is even a great possibility that I'll be slightly inferior. To break through the flying sword's blockade and grab the life origin coffin and the treasure inside. The only thing that could suppress this power of the heavenly saint is my heavenly saint true soul. But if my heavenly saint true soul really emerges, and if it gets damaged by that lotus leaf, then it's truly over. Heavenly Saint Moya, looking at the terrifying sword chi that lay between him and the bronze giant coffin and sensing Yi Chen's rapid approach, as well as the terrifying power of Yi Chen's secret treasure of 5 lotus leaves, had his eyes flickering crazily, his mind racing with countless thoughts. The treasure within the bronze giant life origin coffin contained countless treasures collected by Heavenly Saint Moya thousands of years ago, which made up a significant part of his wealth. Naturally, Heavenly Saint Moya was reluctant to give it up. However, the risk of releasing his Heavenly Saint true soul to snatch the treasure was too great for Heavenly Saint Moya to dare. One of his 3 soul fragmentations had already vanished in the 5 lotus leaves, and he had witnessed their power. Heavenly Saint Moya even calculated in a flash that, very likely, he would be hit by the 5 lotus leaves before he could snatch the treasure. No, it's absolutely not worth the risk. This treasure is not as important as my life, and what's more important is that I still have something that must be preserved at all costs. In a fraction of a second, Heavenly Saint Moya made his decision. His palm did not reach for the bronze giant coffin. Instead, his body flashed with light, and he fled towards another side. As Heavenly Saint Moya made his escape, the sacred artifact in his hand, the 8 flames fan, swung fiercely behind him, and in an instant endless flames, fierce winds, torrents of lightning, and so on, 8 kinds of forces, stood between him and his pursuers. The 8 flames fan was the sacred artifact treasure that Heavenly Saint Moya truly had used. The power he wielded was far more mighty than when Python Demon Tower had used it. While relying on the 8 flames fan to hold his ground, Heavenly Saint Moya's fingers traced through the void, and the ancient tomb's sky suddenly split open with a world-shaking fissure. Heavenly Saint Moya's body shot directly towards this fissure. Heavenly Saint Moya, in an unexpected turn, had abandoned the treasure within the bronze giant coffin, opting to flee the ancient tomb. Yi-chan, too, had not expected Heavenly Saint Moya to be so resolute. As he watched the shrinking bronze giant coffin fall from the sky, Yi-chen's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! With a grand gesture through the void, he grasped the miniaturized bronze giant coffin in his hand. Then, Yi-chen's gaze swept across the ground, where the treasures that Fairy Nishang, Yun Luo, Lu Yen, and others had dropped, and which Heavenly Saint Moya had not taken, littered the land. With a wave of his hand, Yi-chan gathered all these treasures into his possession. Then, with the power of the Heavenly Saint flickering rapidly around his body, in just a few breaths, he overcame the blockade of the 8 flames fan's 8 forces and pursued the world-shaking fissure in the ancient tomb sky. Having observed the experiences of Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul, Yi-chan could tell that this world-shaking fissure was the exit array from the ancient tomb. Boom! 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 From Heavenly Saint Moya's attempt to grab the treasure to Yi-chen's intervention, and then to Heavenly Saint Moya abandoning the treasure to flee, everything took place in the blink of an eye. Because he took time to collect the treasure and break through Heavenly Saint Moya's blockade with the 8 flames fan, Yi-chan was only a few breaths behind Heavenly Saint Moya, who had already successfully entered the world-shaking fissure. Then, in an instant, Heavenly Saint Moya's figure completely vanished within the fissure. And what Yi-chan was unaware of was that at the same time Heavenly Saint Moya entered the fissure, a fist-sized relic flew from a certain point within the fissure right into Heavenly Saint Moya's hand. This relic was none other than the Lo relic of Heavenly Saint Linghua, who had fallen by Heavenly Saint Moya's hand. Even in the memories of Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul, he had deliberately hidden the memory of this concealed relic within the 3rd soul fragmentation, to avoid any accidents that might let the Lo relic fall into the hands of others. Now, having entered the world-shaking fissure, Heavenly Saint Moya successfully took the Lo relic into his possession. The Lo relic, while it's not as valuable as the bulk of my Heavenly Saint wealth in the life origin coffin, it might very well help me cultivate another Heavenly Saint in the Western wilderness. Yichen, just wait. Though my treasure has fallen into your hands for now, it won't be long before I make you spit it all back out. Within Heavenly Saint Moya's resentful gaze, he broke through the final layer of the ancient tomb's exit array. And a few breaths later, Yichun also entered the world-shaking fissure, penetrating the final layer of the exit array. The moment for Yichun to leave the ancient tomb had arrived. The ancient tomb, over 2 months' time. 1 month on the outer 10 Great Sea Islands. 1 month in the azure blue mansion. Throughout his escape, all the moments from the ancient tomb flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He remembered the moments when he had dominated the 4th Sea Island, the time he spent with all the tomb explorers, and when he broke through to the 2nd chapter of the primordial star scripture in the azure blue mansion. He thought about Zhang Yao uncovering the secrets of her origins. These tumultuous events of the past 2+ months had brought significant gains for both Yichun and Zhang Yao. If it weren't for the awakening of Heavenly Saint Moya and the survival of the Heavenly Saint True Soul, everything would have been perfect. Thinking of Fairy Nishang, Yun Luo, Lu Yen, Jin Liang of the Taishan sect, and others who fell at the hands of Heavenly Saint Moya, Yichun felt a touch of sorrow in his heart. He indeed had a great harvest, but everyone else, they all died. Facing the Heavenly Saint Moya, who possessed astonishment-inspiring means, strategies, and even calculations, even though in the end he managed to exert pressure on Heavenly Saint Moya with the help of various external forces, the others still died. This is the world of martial arts. This is the extraordinarily perilous cultivation world. A slight misstep could lead to a death with no place to bury one's body. Only by being truly powerful, and having an abundance of methods, can one prevent disasters before they strike. Yi Chen's heart was filled with melancholy, but this melancholy did not make him shrink back. He had many things yet to do. He had to accompany Zhang Yao, who had learned of her origins, to the minor spirit realm to search for the kin of the divine Phoenix clan. He had to protect his father and mother, so they would never be consumed by the flames of war like the divine Phoenix clan. He had to diligently practice the 7 chapters of the primordial star scripture of the Starlight Tower, and even attempt to unlock all the mysteries of the primordial star scripture that not even ZG Star-Lord had managed to fully comprehend. Immediately before him, he had an important task to accomplish: to catch up with Heavenly Saint Moya and prevent him from causing harm to others. Upon leaving the ancient tomb, with countless thoughts flashing through his mind, Yichun completely emerged from the ancient tomb in his pursuit of Heavenly Saint Moya. Outside the space of the ancient tomb, deep within the demon burial abyss, in a concealed cave, the 6 powerhouses of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom, Taoist Yunyang, Taoist Yunfang, Taoist Winesword, Fairy Anaisia, Taoist Chimei, and Fairy Jialuo were sitting outside the cave, cultivating. They were still waiting for the day when the tomb explorers who had entered the ancient tomb would come out. Since the day Yi Chen's breakthrough had caused the shocking phenomenon to disappear, calm had been restored outside the ancient tomb, and the 6 powerhouses had not noticed any anomalies. They even thought that this tranquility would continue until the 5-month duration of the tomb exploration ended. However, just when Heavenly Saint Moya activated the exit array deep within the tomb, this tranquility was suddenly shattered. Boom! 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 The moment the exit array deep in the tomb was activated, the top of the cave where the 6 powerhouses were sitting suddenly started to hum loudly, bursting forth with endless rays of light. This terrifying change shocked the 6 quietly cultivating powerhouses, making them all jump up from their seated positions. What's going on? Among the 6 powerhouses, just as Taoist Yunyang voiced out, a figure burst out directly from the light at the top of the cave. This figure appeared to be a young man, and the 6 powerhouses even recognized him. He seemed to be a sect disciple of a 6th-rank sect who had entered the ancient tomb. However, the divine soul aura emitted by this figure caused all 6 powerhouses to retreat in alarm. From the divine soul aura of this figure, The 6 powerhouses unexpectedly sensed the aura of a heavenly saint. Heavenly saint. How could a heavenly saint's aura fly out from the ancient tomb, especially from the body of this 6th-rank sect disciple? As the 6 powerhouses retreated in shock, they saw the figure let out a cold laugh towards them. Then it burst forth, flying towards the top of the cave. What's going on? The 6 powerhouses were still utterly confused when another figure emerged amid the light above them. This figure, too, radiated the power of a heavenly saint, which all 6 powerhouses feared.
Ye Chen.
When Fairy Jialuo saw this figure, she cried out in surprise. Fairy Jialuo had not anticipated that Yi Chun would also come flying out with the power of a heavenly saint. The figure that emerged first was, of course, Heavenly Saint Moya, who had performed body snatching on Xueyu, and the one chasing behind was, of course, Yi Chun. As Yi Chun flew out, hearing Fairy Jialuo's exclamation and faintly seeing Heavenly Saint Moya escaping outside the cave, he was in a rush to pursue Moya. Without time to explain, he simply shouted, "That person just now is a heavenly saint from the demon sects. We have all fallen into his plot. He has snatched the physical body of a tomb explorer and is attempting to escape. Hurry and pursue him." Boom! Whilst Yi Chun was speaking, he had already instantaneously given chase, vanishing into the cave. Demon sect heavenly saint? Body snatching? The 6 powerhouses were completely stunned by Yi Chen's words. Chase! We must chase. If we let a heavenly saint from the demon sects escape, our heavenly wind kingdom, and possibly the entire Southern Territory's 13 nations, will be in great trouble. After a moment of realization, each of the 6 powerhouses burst forth, pursuing upward through the cave. Chapter 268, Elder Kogu. As they pursued, the 6 powerful beings were filled with horror and confusion. Inside the ancient tomb there actually existed a heavenly saint, and a demon sect heavenly saint at that. Yi Chun had said that everyone had fallen into this demon sect heavenly saint's scheme. Could it be that this ancient tomb was not that of heavenly saint Linghua after all, but belonged to a demon sect heavenly saint? They were actually guarding the tomb of a demon sect heavenly saint. And furthermore, possession? As the 6 strongest beings of the heavenly wind kingdom, they certainly knew what possession meant. The demon sect heavenly saint had actually taken over the body of a young boy. The meaning within Yi Chen's brief words had utterly shocked the 6 powerful beings. What stunned them even more was that Yi Chun, this young boy, was actually able to chase a successfully possessed demon sect heavenly saint to a desperate flight, which was completely unbelievable to the 6 powerful beings. When did Yi Chun become so powerful? Wasn't he a young man from the Spirit Sea realm? How could he possess the power of a heavenly saint? The 6 powerful beings recalled the cold sneer of the demon sect heavenly saint when he had escaped from the ancient tomb. Perhaps, if not for Yi Chen's pursuit, if they weren't in a rush to escape, these 6 waiting outside might have faced a direct attack from that demon sect heavenly saint. Amidst their astonishment, the 6 powerful beings recalled another matter. Where were the others? If the only ones who flew out of the ancient tomb were this successfully possessed demon sect heavenly saint and Yi Chun, then where were the other tomb explorers? Could it be that they had already died at the hands of this demon sect heavenly saint? Considering this possibility, the 6 powerful beings looked back towards where the demon sect heavenly saint and Yi Chun had escaped from, only to find that they were unable to probe inside the ancient tomb. Their minds were greatly disturbed, and they could hardly wait to catch up to the two and ascertain the true circumstances. And Fairy Jialuo, upon not seeing Jiang Yao emerge, was even more worried about her. Boom! 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 When the 6 powerful beings burst out of the cave and arrived above the demon burial abyss, Yi Chun and the fleeing heavenly Saint Moya were already dozens of miles away, and they were still rapidly flying forward. Other cultivators who had been guarding outside the demon burial abyss were now in complete chaos. They were waiting for the tomb exploring to end, but they had not anticipated that the 2 people flying out from the demon burial abyss would emanate such terrifying auras, so fearsome that they even felt if they were touched by any bit of the attack, they would die instantly on the spot. Even the rotating pill realm powerhouses felt the same way. Could it be a heavenly saint? This horrifying sensation made even the rotating pill realm powerhouses think of heavenly saints and the highest realm of existence on the barbaric wilderness continent. But how could these two people in the sky, so young, possess the aura of a heavenly saint? As the crowd was panicking, they saw the 6 powerful beings flying out of the demon burial abyss as well, and many of them flew towards the 6 powerful beings to inquire. However, the 6 powerful beings were each grim-faced and mostly silent, choosing instead to chase after the 2 figures speeding away. This situation made it even more confusing for those outside the demon burial abyss. What exactly happened? Many looked up at the rapidly flying silhouettes of these powerful beings in the sky, a growing sense of foreboding in their hearts. Others directly followed in the wake of the 6 powerful beings, pursuing them into the distance. In the sky, while fleeing, Heavenly Saint Moya glanced back at Yichan, who was relentless in pursuit, with eyes burning with hatred. As a being of Heavenly Saint status, he had never suffered such humiliation. To be chased until he was in a desperate flight by a youth of the Spirit Sea realm. His great scheme, which he had set up, was not executed perfectly due to the presence of this young man, and even his treasure within the Life Origin Pavilion, a part of his Heavenly Saint possessions, had been lost in the process. For a Heavenly Saint to lay a trap for someone from the Spirit Sea realm, there would be no mistakes, and it would have surely led to the death of all. In his case, however, it had failed. This Heavenly Saint had indeed lost face this time. Humph, if it were not for the fact that only my true Heavenly Saint soul remained, and if I hadn't been restrained by those 5 lotus leaves, I would have completely killed you, little brat, in the tomb. Now that I have successfully possessed a body and come outside the ancient tomb, it is time to find others to help me leave. At the same time, I must take back all that belongs to me. The eyes of Heavenly Saint Moya, burning with hatred, glanced back at Yichan and then looked towards the sky. Having been seriously injured back then, and in order to avoid being tracked by other Heavenly Saints, he had completely sealed the tomb where he had hidden, blocking everything. Now, Heavenly Saint Moya had recovered from his grave injuries and had successfully possessed a new body, escaping the ancient tomb. Naturally, he had no more concerns. As a Heavenly Saint, he had ways of contacting other Heavenly Saints, and was planning to directly communicate with other demon sect Heavenly Saints to take him back to the top 10 demon sects. Boom! In flight, the true Heavenly Saint soul of the Heavenly Saint Moya suddenly emitted circles of strange ripples, directly reaching out to the 3 markings engraved within his true soul. These 3 markings were the very Heavenly Saint projections left by the Heavenly Saints of the top 10 demon sects on each other. As Heavenly Saint Moya communicated, 2 of the markings remained dim, but the 3rd one suddenly shot out a strange glow. Only one has responded. Could it be that 2 of those old fellows from back then have already perished? Fortunately, one is still alive, my good friend Elder Kugu from those days. I have activated the Heavenly Saint projection technique. Elder Kugu should sense it very soon. He will be able to cast his Heavenly Saint projection to aid me shortly. Having successfully activated the technique, Moya breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He continued to fly forward rapidly, but the look he cast toward Yichan, who was still behind him, brimmed with increasingly potent killing intent. Yichan, who was chasing after Heavenly Saint Moya at high speed, felt a chill in his heart as he sensed Moya's gaze. He could feel the murderous intent Heavenly Saint Moya harbored against him. Yet he had no choice but to pursue Moya. With Moya's cruel and ruthless methods, letting the tiger return to its mountain would surely spell disaster. Pursue him. I must catch up quickly and eliminate Moya with the help of the treasures. Otherwise, once my Heavenly Saint power is completely drained, I will have no way to deal with Moya. Even while in hot pursuit, Yichan was silently preparing all his tactics and even communicated with Phoenix Spirit within the Azure Blue Mansion. He would go all out in his attempt to eliminate Moya, but if the situation changed, he also had backup plans to face the crisis. Western Wilderness. The vast expanse covering the entire western part of the barbaric wilderness continent is known as the Western Wilderness. This territory is twice as large as the southern territory of the 13 kingdoms but much more barren. This land is where the 10 demon sects of the Western Wilderness have their abode. Despite centuries of truce between the Southern Territory and the Western Wilderness, within the Southern Territory's 13 kingdoms, the formidable cultivators will never forget the names of the demon sects such as Joyous Union Sect, Dry Bone Peak, Blood Fiend Valley, Myriad Ghosts Cave, and Defying Demon Sect. These 10 demon sects are the sworn enemies of the 13 kingdoms, capable of waging war at any moment. Dry Bone Peak, located in the central region of the Western Wilderness, is a mountain that reaches 10,000 feet into the sky. The entire mountain is painted with a ghastly pale color, and bones can often be seen crisscrossing the surroundings, creating an eerie atmosphere. Here lies the fourth-ranked demon sect of the Western Wilderness, Dry Bone Peak. Atop Dry Bone Peak, within a secret cave, an old man with white hair and beard was meditating. This old man wore a white robe adorned with grim bones, and his face was so gaunt that he resembled a skeleton. Had disciples from the demon sects seen this elder, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Elder Kugu, the most long-lived among the 4 surviving heavenly saints of the demon sects. While Elder Kugu was meditating in the cave, ripples of light suddenly emanated from him. The moment these lights shone coincided with Heavenly Saint Moya activating the Heavenly Saint projection technique far away in the territory of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom. As the light radiated, Elder Kugu abruptly opened his eyes. Projection technique? And one that I left behind over 3,000 years ago? Sensing the meaning behind the formation within the ripples, a sharp gleam shot from Elder Kugu's eye sockets. Then, extending a skeletal claw, Elder Kugu reached towards the light, carefully sensing its essence. A moment later, he released the light from his claw with disbelief, standing up abruptly. It's Moya. Moya is still alive. As Elder Kugu spoke, he pointed a finger into the void, and instantly, an image of Heavenly Saint Moya flying through the sky appeared out of the emptiness. It really is Moya. I can sense Moya's true soul. Has he body snatched? Seeing the image in the void, Elder Kugu's expression changed several times. Then a look of ecstasy flooded over him. In the Southern Territory? The Heavenly Wind Kingdom? Then I shall make a trip to the Heavenly Wind Kingdom. Boom! As Elder Kugu spoke, he stepped gently into the image in the void, and in an instant he stepped right through it. And in the next moment, Heavenly Saint Moya, who was far away in the territory of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom, saw the space beside him rip open as the figure of an elder stepped through. This elder was none other than Elder Kugu, who had just entered the image in the void a few breaths before. This terrifying method was none other than the Heavenly Saint projection technique, available only to those who had mastered at least one of the 5 great void laws to perfection and had reached the Heavenly Saint realm. With the Heavenly Saint projection technique engraved, Heavenly Saints could descend their projection from thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles away, arriving in an instant. Kugu. Seeing the elder who suddenly appeared in the void beside him, Moya, who had been fleeing, flew right up to the elder and joyfully exclaimed. He had activated the projection technique and truly summoned a heavenly saint. No need to flee anymore. Kugu is a true heavenly saint, not a mere heavenly saint in spirit form. Young one, prepare to die. Boom! Moya, who had just stopped beside Elder Kugu, immediately set his eyes toward Yi-chan, who was rapidly approaching. And Yi-chan, sensing the emergence of Elder Kugu, halted in the sky. As he looked at the ecstatic Moya and then at the newly appeared elder, whose presence was swirling with the aura of a heavenly saint, Yi-chan's eyes narrowed. Yi-chan knew the situation had changed. What was approaching now was a true heavenly saint. Chapter 269, Heavenly Saint's True Might. A true heavenly saint, compared to one in a state where only the heavenly saint's true soul remains, is completely different. As the skeletal elder appeared, Yi-chan felt the entire void tremble. The essence, chi, and spirit of the skeletal elder were all bursting with the aura of a heavenly saint, as if he were the master of this expanse of the void. It seemed as if even the air in the void could be controlled by him, transforming into the vast power of a heavenly saint. This feeling was definitely far beyond the power of the heavenly saint law bead and the power of the heavenly saint's true soul. Yi Chen's feeling was not wrong. A true heavenly saint, having cultivated the three vital signs of life, essence, qi, and spirit, to an immensely high and profound degree, and having mastered at least one of the five heavenly void laws, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, to great perfection, would naturally possess exceptional strength. He could easily wield the combat power of a heavenly saint's physical body, true qi, and divine soul, with all three vital signs of life fully unleashed. A true heavenly saint was indeed much stronger than one who only had the divine soul's combat power left. This was the true might of a heavenly saint. This was truly a supreme existence beyond the realms of true qi realm, spirit sea realm, and rotating pill realm. Yi Chen observed Elder Kugu, feeling the true aura of a heavenly saint. And Elder Kugu, who had arrived beside heavenly Saint Moya with the aid of the heavenly saint projection, peered at Yi Chen with his deeply sunken eyes, flashing with an eerie light. A young man in the spirit sea realm? And there's the power of a heavenly saint present in him. These 5 lotus leaves seem to be a secret treasure of the divine soul. Elder Kugu's gaze swept over every part of Yi Chen's body, and Yi Chen felt as if all his secrets were laid bare before Elder Kugu. Only the treasures on Yi Chen's person, which were not inferior to the heavenly saint level, the heaven spirit ring, the azure blue mansion, the crimson fire flying sword, and the starlight tower in his chi si, remained undetected by Elder Kugu. Besides these, Yi Chen's sword intents and the 9 transformation fighting body techniques all seemed to be seen through by Elder Kugu with but a glance. Even Yi Chen's storage ring, the ethereal spirit ring, seemed to be scrutinized by Elder Kugu's gaze. How powerful! Is this a true heavenly saint? Just his gaze alone makes me feel like there's nowhere to hide. Feeling the terrifying gaze of Elder Kugu and sensing the peak aura of a heavenly saint emanating from him, Yi Chen finally understood the true power of the heavenly saint realm. This is the 4th major realm in martial arts cultivation. A supreme existence that surpasses the true qi realm, spirit sea realm, and rotating pill realm. This strength is far beyond Yi Chen's current capabilities. Perhaps only if he enters the more powerful 3rd chapter of the primordial star scripture could he hope to contend. The exchange of looks between Yi Chen and Elder Kugu lasted but a few breaths of time. Afterward, Elder Kugu turned his head to look at heavenly Saint Moya. Moya, where have you been these past 3,000 years? Why are you only showing up now? Why are you so wretched? Being chased down by a junior? Elder Kugu asked heavenly Saint Moya. I also wanted to come out earlier. Unfortunately, in the battle with Linghua years ago, I suffered severe injuries. Even my physical body shattered, and my divine soul was greatly damaged. I've been recuperating for thousands of years, only just now recovering. With a thought, heavenly Saint Moya conveyed how he hid in an ancient tomb, using the life origin coffin to recover his heavily injured divine soul. How he later deceived young people like Yi Chen into entering the tomb to perform body snatching, and the various situations he encountered when selecting a new body to Elder Kugu using a divine sense transmission. This transmission of thoughts was incredibly fast. In just a few moments of breath, Elder Kugu had completely understood everything. Upon hearing that this young man in the spirit sea realm, Yi Chen, was able to stand against an early-stage rotating pill realm demon king with a mere early-stage spirit sea realm level, possessed countless treasures, even annihilated a strand of Moya's true soul, and went as far to loot most of Moya's fortune, Elder Kugu narrowed his eyes. He had heard Moya mention the flying sword, the azure blue mansion, and the life origin coffin. But he had not discovered these items when he investigated Yi Chen, which meant that Yi Chen undoubtedly had a powerful spatial treasure hidden on him, containing countless items comparable to his own heavenly saint level, undetectable to him. Thinking this, Elder Kugu's eyes suddenly burst with greedy light. Moya, rest assured, I will help you retrieve your treasures. However, the other treasures that this little fellow has will belong to me. Elder Kugu looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at countless treasures. Elder Kugu, after killing this little fellow, I only want my treasures. You can take everything else. The grudge for destroying my true soul must be avenged. Heavenly Saint Moya also looked at Yi-chan, speaking resentfully. Yi-chan watched the two of them, his eyes growing cold. These two people were actually discussing openly how to divide up the treasures on his body and the matter of killing him. Could it really be that they thought he would just let himself be slaughtered? With the old skeleton appearing in his full strength as a heavenly saint, it would be very difficult for Yi-chan to kill Heavenly Saint Moya again. However, escaping from their hands, given that he still had 3 Heavenly Saint attack law beads and 5 Heavenly Saint defense law beads, the Tiana Primal Leaf, as well as the Azure Blue Mansion controlled by Phoenix Spirit, Yi-chan was confident. Even more so, when facing the threat of true life danger, Yi-chan still had the second combat power of his flying sword. The life-bound flying sword breakage was available for use. If really pressured, Yi-chan would dare to fight to the death. Moreover, Yi-chan still had the ultimate secret treasure, the Great Shift Law Bead, given to him by the spirit of the sacred artifact when he left the ancestral land secret realm, tasked with looking after the little monkey. In a situation of insurmountable life and death danger, the Great Shift Law Bead could directly transfer him back to the ancestral land secret realm. Yi-chan had many more tricks up his sleeve, and although some of them could not be used, he was not without means to preserve his life. This was also why Yi-chan dared to pursue Heavenly Saint Moya. Another reason Yi-chan did not retreat immediately after Elder Kugu appeared next to Heavenly Saint Moya with his full combat power of a Heavenly Saint was that Yi-chan had already noticed that 6 strong pursuers were following behind him. Among the 6 strong pursuers, 5 were at the late stage of rotating pill realm, and even though Fairy Jialuo was at the middle stage, she was comparable to the late stage of the rotating pill realm. These 6 were the strongest forces in the entire Heavenly Wind Kingdom, and Yi-chan did not believe they lacked trump cards for a true confrontation with a Heavenly Saint. Yi-chan was waiting here precisely to see if the joint forces of these 6 strong pursuers could bring a change to the battle situation. If he truly found himself unable to deal with Heavenly Saint Moya and Elder Kugu, Yi-chan, with his many strategies, could still retreat without haste. Elder Kugu and Heavenly Saint Moya were filled with a killing intent while Yi-chan's gaze was equally cold. When the gazes of the 3 met, Elder Kugu's voice swept across the entire field. "Little boy, I hear from Moya that you are called Yi-chan? Seeing me appear, yet you remain so calm. Do you have other methods you haven't used yet? I would like to see all the methods you have up your sleeve. Perhaps, if I take a liking to them, I'll only kill your divine soul and leave your body intact to refine it into one of my Dharma embodiment avatars." Amidst Elder Kugu's laughter, a powerful Heavenly Saint aura surged towards Yi-chan. This being in the Heavenly Saint realm, Elder Kugu directly took action. "Heavenly Saint, once you've acquired a Heavenly Saint's true soul, do you all crave to take over someone else's body? That Moya wanted to snatch my body but had a cluster of his true soul destroyed by me. You also want to snatch my body. Let's see if you have the ability to do that." Boom! In the midst of Elder Kugu's surging aura, Yi-chan's figure burst forth in flight, instantly flying backward. At a location tens of miles behind Yi-chan, Fairy Jialuo, Yunyang the Taoist of Cloud Sky Sect, and the other strong pursuers were flying towards him. Yi-chan had spotted them and wanted to join forces with them.
Yi-chan.
The 6 pursuers also spotted Yi-chan and noticed the second figure that had appeared in the sky. In addition to the demon sect's Heavenly Saint who had successfully performed the body snatching, they also perceived the horrifying Heavenly Saint aura emanating from this second figure. Seeing Yi-chan being engulfed by this Heavenly Saint aura, the faces of the 6 strong pursuers expressed extreme urgency as they flew towards Yi-chan. In the group of pursuers, Yunyang the Taoist of Cloud Sky Sect immediately activated a firelight talisman in his hand, shining it fiercely towards the sky above. A blaze of shocking firelight erupted and surged directly towards Elder Kugu in the sky. As the 6 strong pursuers approached at extreme speed and Yi-chan rapidly retreated, Elder Kugu, with his Heavenly Saint aura swirling powerfully, glanced at both Yi-chan and the 6 pursuers and took note of the talisman firelight shining towards him. "Got reinforcements, huh? Even with help, don't think of escaping." Elder Kugu snorted coldly. His figure instantly flitted past the blast of firelight and positioned himself high in the sky. The next moment, A series of colossal palms descended from the heavens, smashing down between Yi Chen's head and the earth, as if trying to obliterate everything. Boom! 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 This was killing power of the heavenly saint grade. The series of colossal palms, each over 100 feet in size, shattered the entire void upon impact. The tens of palm imprints, coming without so much as a hint of an interval between them, all struck out at once. The space between Yi Chen and the 6 pursuers was completely covered by these overwhelming palms. Yi Chen, entirely engulfed by the palm imprints, had no avenue of escape. Chapter 270 Long Xian. Whoosh! Just at the moment when the towering giant palm was about to hit Yi Chen, a small-sized mansion flew out of his body with a swish. In an instant, Yi Chen's body disappeared into the mansion. Boom! 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 Under the assault of the sky-filling palm imprints, this small mansion remained undamaged. Instead, it shot out towards the 6 powerhouses. After evading the sky-filling palm imprints, in a flash, Yi Chen once again emerged from the mansion, and the mini-mansion flew back into his body. Azure Blue Mansion. This small mansion was none other than the Azure Blue Mansion. When Elder Kogu launched his attack, Yi Chen was instantaneously drawn into the Azure Blue Mansion by Phoenix Spirit, and after evading the assault, Phoenix Spirit released Yi Chen directly back out. In this in-and-out motion, Yi Chen successfully dodged Elder Kogu's widespread attack. He even successfully arrived beside the 6 powerhouses. Azure Blue Mansion. You can actually control the Azure Blue Mansion like this. Witnessing Yi Chen disappear into the Azure Blue Mansion and then reappear in an instant, Heavenly Saint Moya exclaimed in shock. In the past, Heavenly Saint Moya managed to obtain the Azure Blue Mansion, but he couldn't fully control it, only managing to find some treasures in its outer mansion, not even able to enter its middle or inner mansion. Furthermore, within the Azure Blue Mansion, Heavenly Saint Moya had even stumbled upon a heaven-shaking giant spider, a being more terrifying than his own strength. In the end, the Azure Blue Mansion became a useless treasure to Heavenly Saint Moya, one he couldn't use at all. But now, Yi Chen was able to use the Azure Blue Mansion so effortlessly. Seeing Yi Chen evade Elder Kogu's lethal strike through the Azure Blue Mansion, Heavenly Saint Moya was completely taken aback. Elder Kogu, this is the Azure Blue Mansion that I mentioned before, the one I didn't even figure out. Seize it quickly, Heavenly Saint Moya yelled out to Elder Kogu. As he spoke, Heavenly Saint Moya flew towards Elder Kogu. Although he feared Yi Chen's Tiana Primal Leaf, his Heavenly Saint True Soul still held power, and of course, he could confront the other 6 powerhouses. Azure Blue Mansion? Seeing in the sky that Yi Chen could still escape under the bombardment of numerous palm imprints, and even using a small mansion to do so, Elder Kogu was already tempted. And when he heard Moya say that this treasure was the Azure Blue Mansion he had obtained from the upper realm, greed surged in Elder Kogu's eyes. You managed to evade once, but let's see how many times you can hide? Bring out all of the treasures for me. You 7. I will settle with you all at once. Boom! After Yi Chen and the 6 powerhouses gathered together, Elder Kogu remained unafraid. Daring to barge into the Southern Territory alone, he surely had his confidence. These strongest beings were only at the late spiraling pill stage. He didn't take them seriously at all. Swish! Elder Kogu's figure moved, and he disappeared into the sky. The next moment, the void above Yi Chen and the 6 powerhouses was torn apart, and Elder Kogu burst out from the void. At the same time, his claws shone with a brown light, turning all of the air above Yi Chen and the 6 powerhouses' heads into huge blocks of stone. Then, as the myriad stones connected, they formed a massive meteorite thousands of feet wide in the sky. And with the light flashing, more and more distant air turned into meteorite, aggregating into this heaven-shattering meteorite. Then, the still expanding meteor, thousands of feet across, plummeted towards Yi Chen and the 6 powerful beings with a thunderous crash. These were not ordinary meteors. Each stone forming the meteor emitted a torrential heavenly saint-killing force, and the thousands of feet-wide meteor was completely infused with the terrifying power. This method was none other than Elder Kugu's true heavenly saint technique. Elder Kugu had cultivated the earth element of the 5 heavenly void laws gold, wood, water, fire, earth, to great perfection, and could even effortlessly condense air into 1,000-foot meteors. This was indeed a divine ability of the earth law. How swift are the ways of the heavenly saint! Before Yi-chan and the 6 powerhouses could escape the meteor's range, the gigantic stone had already exploded above their heads. Boom! In an instant, Yi-chen's azure blue mansion was once again propelled out from his body. At the same time, Taoist Yunyang's firelight talisman in his hand once again emitted flames, while Taoist Yunyang released a bell-shaped treasure from his body. Taoist Winesword and Fairy Jialuo each swooshed, drawing out their rarely used sword weapons, and both Taoist Chi Mei and Fairy Anaisia also unleashed their techniques. Facing Elder Kugu's attack, Yi-chan and the 6 powerhouses all executed their offensive methods. Just as the 2 sides' techniques were about to clash, even before Yi-chan and the others could move, the astounding meteor began to crumble piece by piece. In the end, they all disintegrated back into air and shot up into the sky. This strange turn of events surprised Yi-chan and the 6 strong beings, who hadn't even retracted their techniques before looking up into the sky. Elder Kugu, who had unleashed the heavenly saint technique and summoned the astonishing meteor, also looked to the sky the moment the meteor shattered. Looking up, one could see that the once azure sky had become a sea of red. Upon seeing this fiery sky, the 6 powerhouses felt a jolt in their hearts, seemingly realizing something, and instantly their expressions turned to elation. Meanwhile, Elder Kugu swiftly moved beside Heavenly Saint Moya. Then with an extremely troubled expression, he called into the sky, "Long, Taoist dragon, from the Southern Territory, come out. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Taoist dragon? Hearing Elder Kugu's words and seeing the 6 powerhouses' expressions, Yi-chan had a thought. Could it be that a heavenly saint from the Southern Territory's 13 countries had arrived? Just as this thought rose in Yi-chan's mind, the crimson sky became completely bright. Yi-chan looked up into the sky to see innumerable tendrils of fiery red light descending from the void, these luminous threads quivering like flames, and eventually, they formed the figure of a woman in a yellow robe with long hair draped over her shoulders. This woman appeared to be about 20 years of age, with a fiery red mark on her brow. Barefoot, she seemed like a celestial being descending from above, stepping down from the void. Yi-chan observed the lady in the yellow robe, whose appearance was so pure and beautiful that she seemed untouched by the mortal realm. As she walked, even the void itself seemed to brighten significantly. Long Xian, Heavenly Saint. It really is Heavenly Saint Long Xian who has arrived. When they saw the figure of the woman in yellow, the 6 strong beings beside Yi-chan cried out excitedly, "Heavenly Saint Long Xian." Yi-chan had heard that there were 3 heavenly saints in the 13 countries of the Southern Territory. So could Long Xian be one of those 3 heavenly saints? Just as Yi-chan was about to ask Fairy Jialuo about Heavenly Saint Long Xian's origins, Long Xian, the lady in yellow descending from the void, looked towards Elder Kugu and Heavenly Saint Moya. So it is Taoist Elder Kugu from the Western Wilderness who has come to our Southern Territory. What? Bullying our juniors when there is no one in the Southern Territory. Long Xian smiled faintly and spoke softly. Although it was a gentle voice, in the entire void in that moment, countless clusters of flames burst into being and flew out explosively. Chapter 271. A storm is brewing. The direction in which the countless clusters of flames exploded was unmistakably where Elder Kugu and Heavenly Saint Moya stood. As soon as Heavenly Saint Long Xian appeared, she launched an attack directly at Elder Kugu and Heavenly Saint Moya. In an instant, Elder Kugu and Heavenly Saint Moya were engulfed in the sky full of flames. Yi-chan saw that, as Heavenly Saint Long Xian attacked, within the flames, Elder Kugu's astonishing Heavenly Saint aura also began to wildly spiral and grow. A terrifying earth-based law pattern power started to spread within the sea of flames. Boom! 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 Shortly thereafter, countless densely packed earth beads burst forth amidst the sea of flames. Among these earth beads, the true soul flames of Heavenly Saint Moya were shining wildly. Clearly, faced with Heavenly Saint Long Xian's attack, Elder Kogu and Heavenly Saint Moya had begun to counterattack. Seeing the counterattack moves of the two, Heavenly Saint Long Xian gently shifted in the void and flashed through it in a split second. With a fierce slap of her fair palm, countless true fires burst out from her palm, striking once more at Elder Kogu and Heavenly Saint Moya. Seeing Heavenly Saint Long Xian appear and immediately engage in battle with Elder Kogu and Heavenly Saint Moya, Yichun turned to the 6 powerhouses beside him and asked, "Should we assist Heavenly Saint Long Xian?" "There's no need." Seeing Heavenly Saint Long Xian take action, the expressions of concern on the faces of the 6 powerhouses disappeared, replaced with a rare smile. "Let's retreat to the side and watch the battle. If it's just those two, they absolutely stand no chance against Heavenly Saint Long Xian." As they retreated, the 6 powerhouses kept telling Yichun about the feats of Heavenly Saint Long Xian. Heavenly Saint Long Xian is the youngest heavenly saint among the 13 nations of the Southern Territory. She is also the strongest. She cultivates in Heaven Departure Nation, the neighboring nation of Heavenly Wind Kingdom, and is the supreme elder of the 4-grade sect, Heavenly Lawn Sect. She has only cultivated for a few hundred years, yet her combat power surpasses many heavenly saints who have cultivated for thousands of years. Among the 13 nations of the Southern Territory, we only have 3 heavenly saints, while the 10 demon sects of the Western Wilderness boast 4 heavenly saints. However, during these past few hundred years, the 10 demon sects of the Western Wilderness have not dared to wage war against us in the Southern Territory, largely because of Heavenly Saint Long Xian. Of the 7 heavenly saints between the Southern Territory and the Western Wilderness, Heavenly Saint Long Xian is even the one most likely to progress into the mid-stage of the Heavenly Saint realm. Rumor has it that Heavenly Saint Long Xian has mastered the fire element law, one of the 5 major void laws, to perfection. Moreover, when she stepped into the Heavenly Saint realm, she even fused 33 types of powerful sacred grade true fires within her body. The 6 powerhouses recounted various tales of Heavenly Saint Long Xian to Yichun. She had merged 33 types of powerful sacred grade true fires within her body. The youngest and yet the mightiest among the 3 great heavenly saints of the 13 nations of the Southern Territory. The words of the 6 powerhouses about Heavenly Saint Long Xian sent a shock through Yichun. Yichun had once fought Lu Yen, who had fused with one type of heavenly grade true fire, proving to be extraordinarily powerful. Yet, Heavenly Saint Long Xian had fused with sacred grade true fires that were even more terrifying than heavenly grade, and there were as many as 33 kinds. This was somewhat beyond Yichun's imagination. Yichun looked towards the battlefield. Indeed, as the 6 powerhouses had said, Heavenly Saint Long Xian, fighting alone against 2 great heavenly saints, had already taken a dominating position. Moreover, the sweeping flames had all but ignited the thousands of zhang of void around where Elder Kogu and Heavenly Saint Moya were, as if they pierced through the void, turning the expanse of thousands of zhang into a sea of red. The terrifying power of the flames burned so intensely that the space between heaven and earth became incredibly hot. Even Yichun, who had retreated to the side to watch the battle, felt the true qi within his body boil, even from a great distance. And above the sea of flames, Heavenly Saint Long Xian seemed like the master of these infinite flames. Yichun also saw that during the intense battle, around Heavenly Saint Long Xian's body, there drifted 7 or 8 types of breathtaking, peculiar true fires. These 7 or 8 peculiar true fires even made Elder Kogu and Heavenly Saint Moya, who had been resisting all along, dare not get any closer. This is what it means to be a heavenly saint, a truly powerful heavenly saint. Yichun, watching Heavenly Saint Long Xian proudly standing within the myriad flames, battling the 2 great heavenly saints, and seeing the peculiar true fires floating around her, felt his own blood boiling with excitement. When would he be like Heavenly Saint Long Xian, protecting the Southern Territory, safeguarding his homeland, crossing 2 nations in an instant, igniting the heavens with flames, turning the void into a crimson expanse, deterring the petty and weak? If he had such strength, Perhaps he could have easily slain Heavenly Saint Moya in the ancient tombs. For now, Yi Chun was still a far distance from such a realm. Although he had experienced the might of a heavenly saint through the infusion of heavenly saint power, it was but an external force and one that was easily depleted, nothing like the true power of a battle at the level of the heavenly saints. At the moment, Yi Chen's own strength was only enough to suppress those at the early stages of the rotating pill realm. Although I can currently only overpower those at the early rotating pill realm, I have only been cultivating for slightly over a year, not even 2 years. Given time, I might not only become as powerful as Heavenly Saint Long Xian, but I could even surpass her. In the future, I must accompany Jiang Yao to the minor spirit realm and face our 2 great foes, the Vermilion Bird Clan and the Flying Spirit Clan. I must become stronger. Watching the 3 great heavenly saints in combat, Yi Chen's desire to reach a higher realm grew even stronger. It wasn't just Yi Chen who was deeply moved. The 6 powerhouses were also filled with many emotions as they watched the 3 great heavenly saints fight. These 6 powerhouses were all at the rotating pill realm, just 1 step away from the heavenly saint realm. Yet, it was this very step that kept them just outside the threshold of the strongest on the barbaric wilderness continent, and it was very possible that they would never cross it in their lifetimes. Heavenly Saint Realm? Of course, the 6 powerhouses longed to step into the Heavenly Saint. Once they entered the Heavenly Saint Realm, it was very likely that the situation in the Southern Territory and the Western Wilderness would change once again. Yi Chan and the 6 powerhouses watched the fight in the arena with myriad thoughts in their minds, while Heavenly Saint Long Xian, Elder Kugu, and Heavenly Saint Moya, locked in the fierce battle, had already exchanged dozens of moves. Within these dozens of moves, Heavenly Saint Moya, who only had the power of the Heavenly Saint True Soul Force, was almost killed several times by Heavenly Saint Long Xian. If not for Elder Kugu's assistance, he might have fallen right there in the arena, not long after successfully performing body snatching from the ancient tomb. This caused Heavenly Saint Moya's complexion to grow increasingly grim and pale. When Heavenly Saint Moya dominated the Western Wilderness, Heavenly Saint Long Xian had not even been born. Now, thousands of years later, Heavenly Saint Moya was directly surpassed by this newcomer, who even possessed the capability to potentially eliminate him. This, of course, infuriated Heavenly Saint Moya to the point of almost spitting blood. His awakening this time had already met with repeated setbacks in the Southern Territory. On the side, Elder Kugu's deeply sunken eye sockets wrinkled tighter, and seeing Heavenly Saint Moya narrowly escaping death a few times, his willingness to fight was fading more and more. In the end, he even shouted loudly, "Brother Long, stop this." Boom! Elder Kugu's large hand grasped, catching Heavenly Saint Moya and leaping out of the fray. "Stop!" Seeing Elder Kugu leap out of the fight, Heavenly Saint Long Xian's fair palm lifted slightly, and as her hair like a waterfall fluttered behind her, the infinite burning flames throughout heaven and earth swirled back towards her. Finally, in the palm of her hand, a few dancing flames formed. Fellow Taoist skeleton, the Southern Territory and the Western Wilderness are mortal enemies. You barged into my Southern Territory. Did you think you could leave so easily? Humph, Brother Long. Don't push people too far. Elder Kugu, seeing that Long Xian had no intention of backing down, snorted coldly and lifted his hand. A token appeared in his palm. In his token, there were 3 law pattern imprints. You also know that the 4 heavenly saints of the Western Wilderness all bear each other's imprints, capable of summoning heavenly saint projections at any time to join forces in battle. Presumably, Brother Long has the projection imprints of the other 2 companions from the Southern Territory, right? The Southern Territory and the Western Wilderness are blood-sworn mortal enemies. Our ceasefire over the past few hundred years, Brother Long, you surely understand the reason. It's because neither side can do anything about the other. If Brother Long really insists on detaining the 2 of us, then I wouldn't mind summoning the other 3 heavenly saints from the Western Wilderness right away, directly initiating a new war with your Southern Territory. At that time, not only will the Western Wilderness not benefit, but your Southern Territory will also suffer a widespread catastrophe. As Elder Kugu finished speaking, he laughed coldly. his gaze even sweeping towards Yichan and the six powerhouses, with a blatant threat in his eyes. Hearing Elder Kogu's words, Heavenly Saint Long Xian's delicate brows knitted slightly as she glanced at the token in Elder Kogu's hand. After that, her gaze swept over the faces of the six powerhouses, eventually settling on Yichan. After a sigh, Heavenly Saint Long Xian raised her arm gently towards Elder Kogu. You may leave, but do not step into my southern territory again lightly, or next time, you might not be so lucky. As Heavenly Saint Long Xian decided to let Elder Kogu and the other leave, urgency appeared on the faces of Yichan and the six powerhouses. Letting these two go was like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. However, as Elder Kogu said, if they really didn't let the two leave, the consequences of summoning all the heavenly saints might be even more unpredictable. On one hand, Yichan and the others did not wish for Heavenly Saint Moya to leave. On the other hand, Moya, upon hearing Elder Kogu suggesting departure, became even more anxious. Brother Skeleton, my treasures are all on that young boy, and I haven't gotten them back yet. Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Kogu interrupted him as Heavenly Saint Long Xian glanced over indifferently. Let's go, we'll talk later. We have an inevitable battle with the Southern Territory, but now is not the time. Boom! While speaking, Elder Kogu's hand tore open a rift in the void, and then he and Heavenly Saint Moya fled into the crack in space, vanishing into it. By the time the rift in the void had completely sealed, Elder Kogu and Heavenly Saint Moya had completely disappeared. Watching the two vanish entirely, Heavenly Saint Long Xian's gaze flickered. Her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. Saved a heavenly saint who took over a body? So what? Give me some time. Once I break through to the mid-stage of the Heavenly Saint realm, I will completely resolve these major problems for the Southern Territory. Clenching her fists, Heavenly Saint Long Xian muttered to herself and finally turned her head. Her gaze went straight to Yichan. Chapter 272 Spoils of War. 3 days later, Taishan Sect, Snowdrift Peak. The gates to the small courtyard where Yichan resided were tightly closed, with Yichan sitting cross-legged inside. In front of him was placed the bronze giant coffin that he had snatched from Heavenly Saint Moya, the Life Origin coffin. Looking at this Life Origin coffin, Yichan was reminded of the events from 3 days ago. 3 days ago, when Heavenly Saint Long Xian suddenly appeared and single-handedly repelled Elder Kogu and Heavenly Saint Moya, she immediately inquired about the possession incident involving Heavenly Saint Moya from Yichan. The other 6 powerhouses were also extremely curious about the ancient tomb and turned their gazes toward Yichan. At that time, Yichan candidly recounted the events that transpired in the ancient tomb to the 7 individuals, not concealing anything except the secret of Jiang Yao's Divine Phoenix clan heritage in the Azure Blue Mansion. Hearing that from the beginning at the 10 peripheral islands, Heavenly Saint Moya started killing the tomb explorers with the help of the Black Pearl, leaving behind only the formidable explorers, until later on the central giant island, the encounter at Azure Blue Lake with Tiger Demon Tongue, and further to the awakening of the 8 great demon towers and Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul flame state possessing another body. Each event caused the 6 powerhouses and Heavenly Saint Long Xian to be shocked at the schemes of Heavenly Saint Moya. The 7 of them lamented that if not for the variable that is Yichan, Heavenly Saint Moya's possession this time might have been extremely successful. Moreover, in these series of events, upon hearing that Yichan was able to overpower a demon king at the early stages of the rotating pill realm with his own cultivation, and even managed to utterly obliterate one wisp of Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul with the help of the Heavenly Saint Law Bead and a sacred soul treasure, Heavenly Saint Long Xian's esteem for Yichan grew even more. Furthermore, when Heavenly Saint Long Xian asked to see the Heavenly Saint Law Bead, and Yichan presented it, she sensed the power of the Heavenly Saint left by Heavenly Saint Dekong on the bead and even mentioned that over 300 years ago, she had sensed such power in the Ice Palace plains of the northern region of the barbaric land. However, at that time, as this Heavenly Saint's power was battling in an underground ice cave beneath the Ice Palace plains, she just flew over from a distance and didn't go down to see what the Heavenly Saint looked like for herself. Although Heavenly Saint Long Xian had not met Heavenly Saint Dekong in person, her words surprised and delighted Yichan unexpectedly. He had heard news of Heavenly Saint Dekong once again. Ever since Heavenly Saint Dekong left behind the ancestral land's secret realm for the three clans, he had disappeared without a trace, not even coming back for his little monkey. Now, hearing news of him again naturally filled Yi-chun with immense joy. Yi-chun even had the thought that, when he found the time, he would visit the northern region of the barbaric land and check the place Heavenly Saint Longshen mentioned to see whether Heavenly Saint Dekong was still there and what had happened to him over the years. After Yi-chun finished recounting the events in the ancient tomb, Heavenly Saint Longshen took him, along with the 6 powerhouses, back to the ancient tomb. Now knowing where the tomb was, with Heavenly Saint Longshen breaking the prohibitions, they all finally re-entered the ancient tomb. However, everything inside the tomb was exactly as Yi-chun described, except for the deepest black swamp. The other areas had been completely destroyed. And within the black swamp, as Heavenly Saint Moya and Yi-chun had left, there was not a single person left. Except for Jiang Yao, who was still cultivating in the azure blue mansion, the others had indeed all perished within the ancient tomb. Witnessing this fact with their own eyes, the 6 powerhouses had grim expressions. They had not expected that sending people to explore the ancient tomb would end like this, even letting loose a great threat like Heavenly Saint Moya. The 6 powerhouses mourned the loss of their disciples while Heavenly Saint Longshen was more concerned about the law relic. Since the battle between Heavenly Saint Moya and Heavenly Saint Linghua ended with Heavenly Saint Linghua's death and Heavenly Saint Moya severely injured, that meant Heavenly Saint Linghua's law relic should be in Heavenly Saint Moya's possession. Nevertheless, they searched throughout the ancient tomb and could not find the law relic. Even in the life origin coffin Yi-chun obtained from Heavenly Saint Moya, there was no trace of the law relic. In the end, Heavenly Saint Longshen made a judgment, fearing that the law relic had already been taken by Heavenly Saint Moya. After all the matters were concluded, there was still one thing left unarranged, which was the treasure of Heavenly Saint Moya, the countless secret treasures hidden within the life origin coffin, goods that Heavenly Saint Moya could not abandon even at the last moment. In response, Heavenly Saint Longshen decisively decided that all the treasures would belong to Yi-chun, and no one else should covet a share. In Heavenly Saint Longshen's words, Yi-chun had made a significant contribution by eradicating one wisp of Heavenly Saint Moya's true soul, and even lost quite a few of the Heavenly Saint Law beads in the process. These treasures, therefore, should be Yi-chun's spoils of war. As for the 6 powerhouses, having contributed nothing to the ancient tomb incident, even making mistakes and not informing the Heavenly Saint while rashly exploring the ancient tomb, allowing Heavenly Saint Moya the chance to possess another and escape, they naturally shouldn't expect any share of the treasures. Heavenly Saint Longshen's decision left the 6 powerhouses with no place for dissent. They no longer brought up the matter of Heavenly Saint's treasures. Even the Heavenly Saint treasures lost by Cloud Sky Sect, the Heavenly Saint flying knife Heavenly Saint Moya had casually taken with him, the 2 powerhouses from Cloud Sky Sect, Taoist Yunyang and Taoist Yunfang, dared not mention it again but could only accept their bad luck. Fortunately, in the end, Yi-chun also collected some of the treasures left behind by Fairy Nishang, Lu Yen, and others upon their deaths. He returned these treasures to the respective sect powerhouses, which allowed them to reminisce somewhat. Once the matter of the ancient tomb was completely closed, Heavenly Saint Longshen took the 6 powerhouses to meet with the other 2 Heavenly Saints from the 13 nations of the southern region to discuss the possession of Heavenly Saint Moya returning to the demon sects and the loss of Heavenly Saint Linghua's law relic. As for Yi-chun, he directly returned to the Taishan sect and to Snowdrift Peak. During these 3 days, in addition to visiting Sister Yu, Yi-chun also specifically went back to the 3 major families of Qingyang City. Aside from the monkey's transformation and receiving news of Heavenly Saint Dekong, Yi-chun had another lengthy conversation with the spirit of the sacred artifact. But more importantly, Yi-chun entrusted the safety and well-being of the 3 major families to the spirit of the sacred artifact. Heavenly Saint Moya and Elder Kugu's parting words left Yi-chun feeling that a storm was coming, and the balance between the 13 southern kingdoms and the 10 great demon sects of the western wastes might very well be shattered by this incident. It appeared increasingly likely that the 13 southern kingdoms and the 10 great demon sects of the western wastes would once again erupt into war. In such a situation, Yi-chun knew he must give strict instructions to the spirit of the sacred artifact, ensuring that if anything were to occur, they must protect the tribespeople of all three races at the first sign of trouble by utilizing the secret realms of their ancestral lands. After the spirit of the sacred artifact agreed, Yi Chun truly settled his mind. After a day spent with his parents, he returned to the Taishan sect. Once back at the sect, Yi Chun saw that Zhang Yao was still awakening her bloodline in the Phoenix blood pool at the Azure Blue Mansion and wouldn't complete the process soon, so he also began to entertain the idea of entering closed-door cultivation. After the matter of the ancient tomb had concluded, another significant event was quickly approaching that Yi Chun would have to face. That was the Spirit Sea Realm swordsmanship competition. Counting the days, the 8 months initially mentioned by Taoist Winesword were spent. Yi Chun had already used more than 2 months training with the sword array before entering the ancient tomb, and then spent another 2 months inside the tomb, which left him with only a little over 3 months until the start of the swordsmanship competition. The Spirit Sea Realm swordsmanship competition would take place on the Immeasurable Mountain in the Great Qian Dynasty, among the 3 central kingdoms. Yi Chun had long heard that the central 3 kingdoms were the sacred land of the human race, teeming with countless geniuses and numerous masters. Unlike the southern and western regions, which were barren, the south and west combined had only 7 heavenly saints, and with the successfully reincarnated heavenly Saint Moya, there were at most 8. In the central region, however, with its 3 great kingdoms, there were countless strong individuals, and many of them were even at the heavenly saint realm, with some said to be at the later stages of the heavenly saint realm, living in seclusion in the central lands. Having witnessed the true might of a heavenly saint, Yi Chun naturally wanted to go to the central region to see a broader world. And the swordsmanship competition presented a great opportunity. Taking advantage of the temporary calm before the south and the west began warring with each other, it was the perfect time to visit the central region. With this in mind, Yi Chun naturally wanted to seize the last bit of time to cultivate diligently. So, on the 3rd day, Yi Chun started to organize all his belongings, making final preparations for his closed-door cultivation. Regarding external resources, Yi Chun carefully stored the remaining 8 heavenly saint law beads, both defensive and offensive, that he had. These law beads had played a significant role in Yi Chun's escape from the ancient tomb, so he intended to treasure them carefully for future use. For the flying swords, Yi Chun continued to let them nourish within the Sword Palace Meridian. As for the Azure Blue Mansion, it was an heirloom of Zhang Yao's family, so Yi Chun, of course, would not claim it as his own. With Phoenix Spirit to watch over it, Yi Chun merely carried it with him until Zhang Yao fully awakened her bloodline, at which point he would hand it over to her. Beyond these items, Yi Chun also took out a token. This token was given to him by Heavenly Saint Long Xian when they parted ways. Heavenly Saint Long Xian had instructed that the token bore the imprint of a Heavenly Saint's projection, and if Yi Chun found himself under attack by the demon sex, he could use the token to call upon her aid, and she would send down her projection to help him. This was also to ensure Yi Chun's safety, as Long Xian was concerned that he might be targeted by the demon sex for destroying a part of Heavenly Saint Moya's soul and seizing his treasures. After all, with Yi Chun's outstanding performance, he had greatly caught the attention of Heavenly Saint Long Xian, who certainly wouldn't want such a talented youth of the 13 southern kingdoms to fall into the hands of the demon sex. However, Long Xian also advised that this projection token should be used only against the demon sex, and for everything else, Yi Chun still had to face it on his own. This was Long Xian's consideration for Yi Chun, as overly relying on external aid would not be truly beneficial to him. Yi Chun certainly understood the thoughtful intentions of Heavenly Saint Long Xian. He carefully stored the token away without another thought. After inventorying all his possessions, the most important item was the life origin coffin left behind by Heavenly Saint Moya. When checking the Lo relic, Yi Chun had already glanced at the treasures within the life origin coffin, which had greatly shocked him. And now, as these treasures were all his, he naturally wanted to thoroughly examine them. The life origin coffin had been the place for Heavenly Saint Moya's spirit to recover after his physical body shattered. All treasures Moya carried at the time were placed within this coffin. One could say that the treasures inside were the majority of Heavenly Saint Moya's wealth. Upon opening the life origin coffin, Yi Chun first encountered numerous blocks of extremely high-quality water and earth element spirit stones, just like the fire element spirit stone he had previously obtained in the ancient tomb, filled with astonishing true qi and numbering in the hundreds. The sight of these spirit stones surprised and impressed the 6 strong individuals back then, and through their reaction, Yi Chun came to understand the great value of these stones. These spirit stones, apart from being used by martial practitioners for cultivating true qi, were considered hard currency in the martial world, especially among the powerful cultivators of the rotating pill and heavenly saint realms. With these spirit stones, one could even directly purchase weapons, magical treasures, and countless precious martial techniques and methods. According to the 6 powerhouses, regular rotating pill realm cultivators typically used low-grade spirit stones, and at most middle-grade stones, while only the cultivators in the heavenly saint realm were likely to use high-grade and top-grade spirit stones. The hundreds of spirit stones resting within the life origin coffin were all top-grade, and their number was equivalent to the entire wealth of many heavenly saints. It was conceivable that these top-grade spirit stones must have been accumulated by heavenly Saint Moya over thousands of years of cultivation. Otherwise, there couldn't be so many. Chapter 273. The 3 Sacred Artifacts. The path of martial arts cultivation is costly. In the true Qi realm, one needs to spend a large amount of crimson gold to purchase cultivation techniques and manuals, as well as pills for cultivation. In the Spirit Sea realm, the majority of expenses are even made with crimson gold. After stepping into the rotating pill realm and heavenly saint realm, the costs are even more immense compared to the true Qi realm and Spirit Sea realm. Crimson gold are no longer the regular expenses, and instead, one has to spend spirit stones directly. After Yi Chun entered the Spirit Sea realm, he entered an ancient tomb and didn't yet realize how enormous the expenses of cultivation could be. However, through the words of the 6 powerhouses, Yi Chun already knew what possessing spirit stones meant. Having obtained so many premium spirit stones left by heavenly Saint Moya, Yi Chun no longer had to worry about the costs of cultivation. His current wealth was already enough to rival that of many heavenly saints. These premium spirit stones amazed even the 6 rotating pill powerhouses. These premium spirit stones were enough to support Yi Chen's cultivation all the way to the heavenly saint realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After tallying up these premium spirit stones, Yi Chen's mind stirred, and he placed all the spirit stones into the heaven spirit ring. Then Yi Chun turned his attention to the other items. After counting the spirit stones, the bronze giant coffin was now half empty. The first thing that caught Yi Chen's eye was the 7 sacred artifacts placed together. Back when Yi Chun battled the 8 great demon towers, the sacred artifacts used by them, such as the Void Great Treasure Cover and the 8 Flames Fan, had indeed tempted Yi Chun. Latter, they were all taken by heavenly Saint Moya, and Yi Chun felt it was a pity. But now, seeing these 7 sacred artifacts, Yi Chen's regrets were instantly swept away. These 7 sacred artifacts were far more precious than the Void Great Treasure Cover and the 8 Flames Fan. Yi Chun had previously obliterated a soul fragment of heavenly Saint Moya, and he already knew the methods to refine these sacred artifacts. After refining each of them, aside from some artifacts that weren't suitable for him or were specifically for the use of the demon sects, such as the Forbidden Blood Demon Banner, which required absorbing the blood and qi of living beings to use, Yi Chun put them away. Among the 7 sacred artifacts, there were 3 that particularly surprised him. The first sacred artifact was a flying boat. After refining the formation spirit patterns inscribed on the flying boat, Yi Chun learned that this boat was called the Heavenly Origin Boat. The Heavenly Origin Boat, a sacred artifact flying boat, had an extremely fast flight speed, able to travel over 10,000 miles in 2 hours and over 100,000 miles in a day. Yi Chun knew that many rotating pill realm powerhouses would use flying boats to travel because relying on their own flight consumed a great deal of true qi. If true qi was overconsumed and one suddenly encountered combat, there might not be enough time to recover true qi, which could lead to grave danger. Other means of flight, such as flying great demons, could be used by Spirit Sea realm cultivators, but the speed was not sufficient for the rotating pill realm. Flying demon kings were difficult to capture. Compared to these, flying boats were both comfortable and didn't consume one's true qi, making them the most commonly used. However, lower-tier flying boats needed to consume spirit stones, relying on the true chi supplied by spirit stones to propel the boat. This heavenly origin boat, being a sacred artifact-level flying boat, did not need to consume spirit stones for flight. The unique formation spirit patterns on the boat could connect with the heaven and earth true chi, transforming it into an unending source of energy, allowing the boat to fly at extreme speeds. Just the formation spirit patterns inscribed on the boat alone were of the level of heavenly saints. The complexity of the spirit patterns was even beyond that of heaven-rank cultivation techniques, almost on par with saint-grade techniques, and even powerhouses at the rotating pill realm would find it difficult to completely comprehend. The heavenly origin boat not only had an extremely fast flight speed and did not consume spirit stones for flight, but it also had a tremendous defensive ability. This sacred artifact flying boat could even resist attacks from anyone below the heavenly saint realm, meaning that if a rotating pill realm powerhouse were to attack the boat, those inside need not worry, as the rotating pill realm powerhouses couldn't do anything to the sacred artifact flying boat. This was the might of a sacred artifact flying boat. After refining this heavenly origin boat, Yi-chun was full of admiration for its wondrous uses. This boat would likely become an important means of travel for him in the future. This was the first sacred artifact that greatly surprised Yi-chun. The second sacred artifact was a painting called the 8 Extremes Map. This 8 Extremes Map was a space sacred artifact containing 8 extreme cultivation cave dwellings. Mountain extreme cave dwelling, water extreme cave dwelling, fire extreme cave dwelling, wind extreme cave dwelling, thunder extreme cave dwelling, lightning extreme cave dwelling, polar cave dwelling, and heaven extreme cave dwelling. After refining this 8 Extremes Map, Yi-chun discovered that the 8 Flames fan used previously by the Python Demon Tower was born from one of the 8 cave dwellings within this map. The 8 Extremes Map, with its 8 cave dwellings, provided 8 different cultivation environments, each with great benefits for cultivation. Yi-chun even entered the 8 cave dwellings to experience them before flying out from the 8 Extremes Map, again to look at the third sacred artifact. The third sacred artifact was a small mirror. But when Yi-chun refined this mirror, he was most pleasantly surprised. This mirror turned out to be an incredibly powerful attacking sacred artifact, even more formidable than the 8 Flames fan. This mirror was called the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror. According to the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror, it was a miraculous treasure of a sect in the minor spirit realm famous for equipment refinement. The mirror contained an extraordinary attacking formation. This mirror can absorb the power of the 5 great heavenly void laws, and it can also absorb energy corresponding to the levels of those 5 great heavenly void laws, such as the power of true fire, the power of true water, and the power of true thunder. After these powers are absorbed by the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror, they are converted by the attack formation within the mirror and can be directly projected as formidable combat puppets. The stronger the energy absorbed by the mirror, the greater the power of the projected combat puppets, with the mightiest of them even reaching the level of heavenly saint power. Yi-chun gave it a try and found that the residual power within the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror was insufficient, being only around 10%, but when he used it, he actually instantaneously projected 5 combat puppets at the mid-stage of the rotating pill realm from the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror. Moreover, these 5 mid-stage rotating pill realm combat puppets were completely at Yi-chun's command, and when he wasn't using them, they could even revert back to power and fly into the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror. With this attack sacred artifact, Yi-chun was as if he had a group of good helpers. If he could let the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror absorb enough power, this sacred artifact could even be equivalent to a continuous attack with the power of a heavenly saint. The mere acquisition of this treasure made Yi-chun feel that the expended heavenly saint law beads were utterly worthwhile. 3 miraculous treasures: the heavenly origin boat, the 8 Extremes Map, the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror. Yi-chun collected these 3 sacred artifacts with great satisfaction. The secret treasures specifically kept in the life origin coffin by Heavenly Saint Moya were really good stuff, even more powerful and precious than the sacred artifacts he had sent out to the 8 great demon towers. After collecting the most conspicuous treasures such as the premium spirit stones and sacred artifacts, Yichun then turned his attention to the last few items in the life origin coffin. The last few items included many cultivation manuals. However, after flipping through them, Yichun found that the vast majority of the manuals were of the demon sex methods of cultivation, which he glanced over just to understand some of their techniques without any intention of actually practicing them. Among them, there was one manual that caught Yichun's attention. This manual, entitled Forbidden Divine Tome, was a manual for cultivating the divine soul. Yichun read through it and discovered that even the techniques used by Heavenly Saint Moya to create 3 soul fragments were learned from this Forbidden Divine Tome. Besides, this Forbidden Divine Tome, apart from the methods of soul fragmentation, contained many other divine soul attack methods. After a brief perusal, Yichun set this manual apart from the others and saved it specially, planning to search for suitable methods of divine soul cultivation from this Forbidden Divine Tome once he had finished cultivating his current techniques. Beyond the manuals, there were also some miscellaneous items left in the life origin coffin, such as clothes and talismans, which Yichun sorted through. The useless items, such as clothes, he discarded outright, while useful items like talismans were all stored in the ethereal spirit ring of his storage ring. In the end, there was one item that Yichun also didn't understand the use of. It was a wooden token bereft of any formation spirit patterns, bearing only the character, Forbidden, inscribed on it. When Yichun sent his divine sense into the token, he found nothing unusual, nor did infusing true chi yield any effect. After experimenting with various methods, the token seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary object without exhibiting any anomalies. Even within the life origin coffin, there was no record regarding this wooden token. Yichun felt that even Heavenly Saint Moya probably didn't understand what this token was all about. Not understanding its purpose, Yichun stored the wooden token in the Heaven Spirit Ring. After checking all the items within the life origin coffin, Yichun used the controlling spells outside the coffin to directly shrink the coffin back to its small size and collected it. This inventory check of the spoils of war was thus completely finished. Not counting the useless or uncomprehended items, just the hundreds of premium spirit stones, the 3 sacred artifacts, and the Forbidden Divine Tome, a manual for cultivating the divine soul, which Yichun had never encountered before, made him feel the gains were tremendously great. This was the wealth of a heavenly saint, the belongings of a heavenly saint. And now it all belonged to him. Heavenly saints indeed have access to a higher level, he mused. Many of these items were obtained by Moya from the minor spirit realm originally, and there is much that I have never even seen before. My horizons are still too narrow now, and my strength is still too weak. I haven't even left the heavenly wind kingdom yet. Time to start cultivating. Going to the central region to participate in the sword fighting tournament will be a great opportunity for me to broaden my knowledge. After thoroughly sorting out external matters, Yichun began to truly examine himself. I've now entered the 2nd chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, Primordial Chapter, and have obtained the great divine powers of the 5 great divine beasts aspects. To utilize these great divine powers, I must call upon divine blood using primordial true chi. Regrettably, my primordial true chi is still only at the early stage of the spirit sea realm, allowing only 1/10 of the divine blood's power to be utilized. To enhance the might of the 5 aspects, I must cultivate the primordial true chi even further, striving to invoke more of the divine blood's power. At present, I've reached the peak of the early stage of the spirit sea realm. This time, I'll attempt to break through to the middle stage of the spirit sea realm. Beyond internal skills, my external martial skills, whether it's the sword formation or the 9 revolutions body spin, also need further cultivation. After considering his goals for seclusion and cultivation, Yichun completely sealed the courtyard gate and placed protective prohibitions. Then, he directly entered the Polar Cave Mansion, inside the newly acquired sacred artifact, 8 Extremes map, to commence his seclusion. Chapter 274 Breakthrough. The Polar Cave Mansion, brimming with boundless earth energy. As per the 8 Extremes map, cultivating within this cave mansion is most suitable for challenging the boundaries of the true chi realm. Looking towards the cave mansion, one could see that it was vast, with a space that stretched for thousands of zhang in all directions. At the very center of this space, there was a round platform several dozen zhang across, and beneath this platform, the land was covered with lush green plants. Looking closely at these green plants, one could even see that the arrangement of their planting held mysterious significance. All the plants actually formed a massive gathering Yuan Grand formation. And this platform at the center of the cave mansion was right in the middle of the formation eye of the gathering Yuan Grand formation. Upon entering the polar cave mansion, Yi Chun immediately sat cross-legged on the platform. Next, with a light flick of Yi Chen's finger, whoosh whoosh whoosh, numerous top-quality spirit stones flew out of his heaven spirit ring. These top-quality spirit stones surrounded Yi Chen's body, completely enveloping him within a spirit stone array. Afterward, Yi Chun sat cross-legged on the platform and closed his eyes to regulate his breath and nurture his spirit. This breathing and nurturing session lasted a full 3 days. For these 3 days, from the outside, there seemed to be no changes in Yi Chun. However, inside his body, the mysteriously divine primordial true liquid within his chi-si had churned no less than 10,000 times. The spirit sea realm is divided into 3 major phases: early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Advancing from the true chi realm to the spirit sea realm places one directly in the early stage of the spirit sea. And progressing from the early stage of the spirit sea to the middle and late stages requires the chi sea, or rather the spirit sea, to undergo 2 transformations. Only by cultivating each stage to its utmost limit, bringing the spirit sea to the brink of a breakthrough and producing a trembling sensation, one can enter the offensive against the realm and allow the spirit sea to open up once more. Yi Chen's chi-si, due to cultivating the primordial star scripture, was already much larger than that of others, and the power of the primordial true liquid within his body had already far surpassed that of strong practitioners in the spirit sea realm, reaching the level of the rotating pill realm. However, after days of cultivation, Yi Chun had already filled his chi-si with the primordial true liquid to an extremely saturated state, even bringing the spirit sea to a wondrous trembling condition, reaching the true peak of the early stage of the spirit sea. Now was the time for him to challenge the realm and step into the next phase. To burst into the middle stage of the spirit sea, now was the moment. Boom! 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 As Yi Chun, who was seated on the platform of the polar cave mansion, quietly meditated with closed eyes for a full 3 days and his primordial true liquid roiled 10,000 times, he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the dozen or so top-quality spirit stones placed on the platform took flight into the air, swirling incessantly around Yi Chen's body. At the same time, the countless green plants on the ground all flickered with a strange light. Eventually, all the light converged, causing the entire platform of the polar cave mansion to burst forth with a milky white, marvelous light. Within the marvelous light, the dozen or so top-quality spirit stones, in an instant released endless true chi, pouring out like a massive river, inundating with boundless true chi, which was then entirely swept over Yi Chen's entire body. Yi Chen's whole person was now completely wrapped in the vast river of true chi. It was at this time when the chi meridians in Yi Chen's body, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the 33 meridian wheels all opened up like a whale gulping water and a snake inhaling air. All his meridians crazily absorbed the torrential true chi from outside his body. In the end, this myriad of true chi all surged into Yi Chen's chi-si. Chi-si world. The vast ocean of true chi below shone with the unique black light of the primordial true liquid, and as the torrential true chi burst into Yi Chen's chi-si, it transformed into a black rain of primordial true liquid that peppered down on the massive ocean of true chi. Plop! 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 At first, this new influx of primordial true liquid rain only made small, quiet splashes in the vast ocean of true chi below. But as more and more true chi was absorbed into Yi Chen's body, the rain of primordial true liquid grew thicker and denser. Eventually, when the sky was full of falling primordial true liquid rain, the noise of the chi-si world transformed into a boom, 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 everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The raging rain of primordial true liquid battered the entire chi-si world into violent quakes, battering the vast ocean of true chi into howling. Ultimately, the rain descending from the sky and the primordial true liquid in the ocean resonated at a unique and marvelous frequency. A resonating frequency. The rain in the sky vibrated. The true liquid in the ocean vibrated. Even the Chi Sea itself vibrated. In the end, all the vibrations merged into a towering force, a force that seemed to cleave the heavens and split the earth. This was the power to carve out an even vaster Chi Sea and step into a new level of the realm, entering the middle stage of the Spirit Sea. When this force swept through, in an instant, the whole Chi Sea world quaked as if the sky was crashing down and the earth was splitting apart. Amidst the shattering, the Chi Sea world began a new stretch, a new expansion. The ocean was boundless and vast, yet there was still no end in sight. At the end of the ocean, within chaos space, a new world of the ocean could be further opened up. Bang! 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 As three of the numerous top-quality spirit stones floating around Yichan shrank with explosions, the true Chi entering his body reached an inconceivable level. The rain of primordial true liquid that filled the sky was even more abundant than the true liquid in the ocean below. This rain of true liquid, as it plummeted into the ocean, carried the ocean's true liquid along, frantically cleaving toward the edge of the true Chi ocean, wildly spreading. This spread continued relentlessly for a full 6 days. Not until the world of the Chi Sea inside Yichen had expanded more than 3 times its size since the early stage of the Spirit Sea realm did the earth-shattering scene finally come to a stop. A new vast ocean had reformed. Although true Chi still poured into the Chi Sea, it could no longer create new heavens and earth. This meant that Yichen had completed his breakthrough and reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm. The expansion of the Spirit Sea was thoroughly accomplished. The next expansion would only be possible if he cultivated to the limit of the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea, causing the entire Spirit Sea to quake again and gain the power to break through to the latter stage of the Spirit Sea. Looking into the newly formed vast ocean, one could see that the amount of primordial true liquid was more than 3 times the amount before. The endless black primordial true liquid tumbled within the vast new ocean, emitting a luminous glow even more intense than before, and Yichen felt that the power of his true Chi was growing stronger. Mid-stage of the Spirit Sea. I've finally reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea. Yichen, seated in meditation, took a deep breath. His inhalation was like a serpent, his exhalation like lightning. With a gentle exhale, Yichen even formed a series of divine and extraordinary swords of true Chi directly in the void. This was indeed a testament to his true Chi cultivation reaching a new realm, allowing him to wield it even more adeptly. Feeling the strength of the true Chi within his body, Yichen was drawn to another matter. That was the potential of the new true Chi spiritual fluid in mobilizing the new powers of the 5 great divine bloods. Yichen's gaze went straight to the 5 great divine bloods floating above the primordial true liquid. White tiger divine blood, azure dragon divine blood, black tortoise divine blood, vermilion bird divine blood, Qilin divine blood. Boom! With a thought, Yichen's primordial true liquid turned completely crimson, transforming into fire true liquid. Then, this even more vast fire true liquid swept towards the vermilion bird, divine blood among the 5 floating above. Previously, at the early stage of the Spirit Sea, Yichen could only light up 1/10 of the vermilion bird divine blood. But this time, having entered the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea and with 3 times more true liquid, the endless fire true liquid caused 2/5 of the vermilion bird divine blood to be completely lit up in a single strike. Whoosh! In an instant, Yichen, who was seated on the high platform of the Polar Cave Mansion, suddenly released a vermilion bird physique shadow that was magnificently divine and unparalleled. This vermilion bird physique shadow was many times larger than before, and the endless firelight on its wings was even more translucent than before. Boom! Yichen moved his mind and spirit, and with the acceleration ability of the vermilion bird physique shadow, he shot out from the high platform in the blink of an eye. Almost within a flicker, he flew around the Polar Cave Mansion and landed back precisely on the center of the high platform. My speed has also improved by several folds. Now, my speed might even surpass that of the mid-stage of the rotating pill realm, or possibly even stronger. Yi Chun sensed the might of the new divine ability within his body. After a while, his divine sense stirred again, transforming the true qi inside his body into an element true liquid. Yi Chun directly manipulated the azure dragon divine blood, feeling the new transformations. In the end, after trying all of the 5 great divine bloods, Yi Chun understood completely. The primordial true liquid at his spirit sea midstage could now mobilize 2/5 of the power of the 5 great divine bloods. He was one step closer to harnessing the full power of the 5 great divine bloods, allowing the divine blood to drip into the true liquid and stepping into the 3rd chapter of the primordial star scripture. Whoosh! 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 With the breakthrough of the true Qi realm completed, Yi Chun gathered up the top-quality spirit stones. But Yi Chun, sitting on the high platform, didn't leave immediately. Having made significant progress with his internal skills, Yi Chun wasn't ready to stop. He decided to take advantage of the transformation brought on by his true Qi breakthrough to further cultivate his external martial skills. Time to train in the sword formation and the 9 transformation fighting body again. With a movement of his mind and spirit, dozens of sword intent law beads shot out from within his body. These sword intent law beads were crucial for Yi Chun's breakthrough cultivation of the high-level sword formation, the 10,000 swords divine ability. After Yi Chun returned from the ancient tomb and visited you, she didn't take back the sword intent law beads. Instead, she allowed Yi Chun to continue to meditate on them. You said to return those sword intent law beads to her when Yi Chun went to the central region to participate in the sword fighting tournament. Yi Chun planned to advance his cultivation in the sword formation before going to the central region. Whoosh! 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 Surrounded by the circling sword intent law beads, Yi Chun once again entered into the meditation on the sword intents. Chapter 275. Entering the Battle Spirit Hall again. 13 days later, Yi Chun emerged from the 8 Extremes map's Polar Cave Mansion. Just as he exited the Polar Cave Mansion, Yi Chun immediately contacted Phoenix Spirit and once again entered the Azure Blue Mansion. What, Yi Chun? You want to challenge that Spindan mid-stage battle spirit again? Could it be that in less than a month's time, you've made another great breakthrough? In the Azure Blue Mansion, Phoenix Spirit cried out in surprise upon hearing Yi Chun's words. This time, as soon as Yi Chun entered the Azure Blue Mansion, he told Phoenix Spirit that he wanted to enter the Battle Spirit Hall again, to challenge those battle spirits from the Divine Phoenix clan. Phoenix Spirit still remembered the scene of Yi Chun being defeated time and again by that Spindan midstage female battle spirit the last time. Phoenix Spirit also remembered that at the time, Yi Chun had said that he would have absolute certainty before challenging that female battle spirit again. After Yi Chun left the Battle Spirit Hall, he went straight out of the Azure Blue Mansion and then encountered the battle with Demon Tower and the possession incident involving Heavenly Saint Moya. It's been just over 20 days since Yi Chun last challenged the female battle spirit. Now, has Yi Chun already made a new breakthrough? One must know, to go from being defeated dozens of times by the female battle spirit to having the confidence to defeat her, one's strength must not just increase slightly, it definitely requires a major breakthrough to have a chance at success. Although Phoenix Spirit had earlier discovered that Yi Chun had reached the mid-stage of Spiritual Sea, just this minor elevation in realm was not enough to defeat a Divine Phoenix clan's Spindan mid-stage powerhouse. It was simply impossible. Could it be that Yi Chun has other breakthroughs? Phoenix Spirit knew that Yi Chun was not a person of arrogance and complacency. Since Yi Chun dared to challenge, he must have full confidence to speak in such a manner. Thinking this, Phoenix Spirit couldn't help but want to see what new breakthrough Yi Chun had made. Battle Spirit Hall. Led by Phoenix Spirit, Yi Chun once again arrived outside the Battle Spirit Hall within the Azure Blue Mansion. Upon seeing the 3 words Battle Spirit Hall on the gate plaque, a sharp light flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. His purpose for entering the Battle Spirit Hall this time was not for anything else, but to test the results of his arduous cultivation during this period. This time, during his ascetic cultivation, he had smoothly advanced to the mid-stage of Spiritual Sea, and he had also gained new insights into several combat skills. He could no longer wait to try out his new combat strength. Boom! 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 After the doors of the Battle Spirit Hall opened, Yi Chun strode inside. This time, Yichen headed straight for the Spindan Midstage Battle Spirit area and stood directly in front of the statue of the Spindan Midstage Female Battle Spirit from last time. Last time Yichen battled this female battle spirit, he was continuously defeated by her and even failed to break through her law domain, not to mention witnessing her other techniques. This time, upon seeing the female battle spirit, a fierce battle spirit blazed in Yichen's eyes. He thought of the bell treasure in the female battle spirit's hand. This time, I will definitely break through your law domain and witness the real power of your bell treasure, he said. As Yichen spoke, his divine sense enveloped the female battle spirit's statue. Boom! 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 Instantly, the statue of the Spindan Midstage female battle spirit was activated, and the familiar figure, dignified and valiant, dressed in ice-blue battle armor with a string of purple bells in her hand, flew straight up into the sky. In the moment the female battle spirit soared into the sky, Yichen moved, instantly shooting up into the sky as well. Yichen's speed was even faster than that of the female battle spirit. Phoenix Spirit floated to the side and looked toward the battlefield. Seeing Yichen's movement, Phoenix Spirit visibly shook, realizing that Yichen's speed was now far superior to before, even surpassing the female battle spirit's speed. Speed, a major breakthrough. Are there other major breakthroughs? Phoenix Spirit had her entire focus on Yichen, who was standing opposite the female battle spirit in the center of the arena. Hum, hum, hum. Just like in their previous battle, as soon as Yichen and the female battle spirit reached the center of the arena, the female battle spirit immediately unleashed her law domain. In an instant, the power of the ethereal laws of water and fire erupted, sending out rolling streams of blue and red chi towards Yichen. With Yichen at the center, the space for hundreds of yards around was instantly enveloped by the female battle spirit's law domain. Last time, Yichen was trapped by this kind of law domain, unable to cope no matter what he did. But this time, trapped within the law domain, Yichen's expression did not show the slightest disruption. Under the female battle spirit's law domain, the rolling blue and red chi transformed into countless blue and red blossoms, shooting explosively toward Yichen to imprison and defeat him. At that moment, a torrential golden true chi flame burst out from Yichen's body. The golden true chi flame surged upwards, undeterred by the female battle spirit's law domain, still blasting upwards. What a powerful true chi strength! Yichen's advancement from the early to mid-stage of the spiritual sea has increased his true chi strength by so much. The true chi he cultivates becomes stronger and stronger the further he progresses. Phoenix Spirit exclaimed as she watched the golden true chi flame bursting from Yichen's body. Before her exclamation had dissipated, the golden true chi flame erupting from Yichen instantly surged out a divine and extraordinary white tiger phantom. As the white tiger phantom enveloped him, the golden true chi flame formed a huge hand that reached for the sky, which directly tore through the female battle spirit's approaching law domain. Bang! 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 With each tear, the countless streams of blue and red chi within the law domain began to explode. The law domain that once kept Yichen trapped and defeated him countless times now shattered under his tearing force. This scene completely astonished Phoenix Spirit, who was watching from outside. Phoenix Spirit had no idea that although Yichen had only advanced from the early stage to the middle stage of the Spirit Sea, after his breakthrough, he managed to draw upon the power of the 5 great divine bloods, enhancing its utility from 1/10 to a staggering 2/5. The might of the 5 great divine bloods, which Yichen controlled, surged manifold in an instant. This propelled Yichen's combat power to a transformative level, turning what had been an insurmountable barrier, the law domain, into a non-issue in his eyes. Come on. Let me see your other techniques after I break your law domain. Boom! As soon as the law domain shattered, Yichen blasted towards the female battle spirit, his gaze fixated on the string of purple bells she wore on her wrist. Jingle jangle! Indeed, the moment Yichen breached the female battle spirit's law domain and charged at her, she executed a new move. The new technique she deployed was none other than the string of purple bells on her wrist. In an instant, the purple bells around the wrist of the female battle spirit burst forth, ringing sharply. While the bells tolled clearly, Yi-chan saw countless purple lightning arcs appear out of nowhere, followed by the deafening roar of thunder. It turned out that the bell treasure contained the might of thunder and lightning. Boom! As the purple bells unleashed numerous bolts of lightning and thunder, the booming sounds exploded right next to Yi-chen's ears, while countless arcs sliced down upon him from above. Thunder lightning treasure. It's a thunder lightning treasure indeed. Witnessing the onslaught of lightning, a glint flashed in Yi-chen's eyes, and he reached out towards the void. Swish! 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 In that instant, numerous swords appeared around Yi-chen's body. The swords that materialized in that moment numbered in the tens of thousands. The entire void was filled with these swords, and as they vibrated in unison, even the purple lightning from the void was shattered by the luminous sword intent. 10,000 swords divine ability. This move was clearly the advanced sword formation that Yi-chan had just cultivated, the 10,000 swords divine ability. Even though Yi-chan hadn't mastered the entire 10,000 swords divine ability sword formation during those 10+ days, the small degree of proficiency he had achieved allowed him to use about 30% of the formation's full killing power. This move was a major killing technique within the 10,000 swords divine ability, 10,000 swords move. Next, Yi-chan pointed a finger towards the void where the female battle spirit was, and unleashed another significant killing move from the 10,000 swords divine ability. 10,000 swords bombarding kill. After shattering the descending purple lightning, the tens of thousands of swords all soared and burst forth, finally sweeping across the sky to bombard the female battle spirit. The entire heavens and earth were now engulfed by the killing power of the 10,000 swords divine ability. Boom! 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 Without the slightest resistance, the female battle spirit was instantly pierced by countless swords, exploding into a myriad of true chi. Before the scattered true chi could drift away, more swords bombarded in succession, and in the end, even those true chi particles were completely obliterated. Only after the female battle spirit was utterly annihilated did the 10,000 sword slaughter formation retreat, its remaining might transforming into boundless true chi that flowed back into Yi-chen's body. Yi-chan had actually vanquished the female battle spirit, who had been relentlessly troubling him, in a single move. This sword formation is definitely of a heaven-grade combat skill level. Yi-chan has actually cultivated another formidable sword formation. From outside the battlefield, Phoenix Spirit was deeply affected upon seeing the female battle spirit defeated by Yi-chan in an instant. A significant breakthrough. This time Yi-chan has truly made one. It appears that he indeed possesses the capability to fight against a mid-stage spin pill strong practitioner from the Divine Phoenix clan. He has completed the defeat of the first mid-stage spin pill powerhouse. The statue of the female battle spirit was located on the outermost edge among the various mid-stage spin pill battle spirits in the Battle Spirit Hall. This signified that the battle spirit released from the statue was the weakest one amongst the many mid-stage spin pill battle spirits from the Divine Phoenix clan. But originally, not even the weakest female battle spirit could be withstood by Yi-chan. Now that Yi-chan had defeated this female battle spirit, he truly had taken a significant step forward. This was a battle spirit phantom left by a mid-stage spin pill powerhouse from the Upper Realms Divine Phoenix clan when they were on the verge of breaking through to the later stage of the spin pill. Even the weakest among them could easily decimate countless mid-stage spin pill powerhouses in the barbaric wilderness continent. By defeating the female battle spirit, Yi-chan had proved that he now possessed the strength to dominate opponents at the mid-stage spin pill level. After defeating the female battle spirit, Yi-chan did not stop. He continued towards the next mid-stage spin pill battle spirit statue. Boom! As Yi-chen's divine sense enveloped it, another mid-stage spin pill strong practitioner from the Divine Phoenix clan appeared. From that day forward, Yi-chan began a new round of training and fighting in the Battle Spirit Hall. In these battles, Yi-chan had wins and losses, but regardless of the outcome, he felt increasingly deeper insights into his new power and techniques post-fight. Even more so, in the end, Yi-chan was not only using his innate combat power, he even began experimenting with the combat puppets released by his sacred artifact, the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror. attempting to control these puppets in battle. Not only deploying the Holy Light Heavenly Spirit Mirror, but Yichun also employed flying swords, the newly comprehended 5th transformation of the 9 transformation fighting body, and an array of other techniques in full force. The battle spirits of the Divine Phoenix clan made for worthy opponents. Yichun aimed to use these formidable opponents to gauge the full extent of his capabilities before heading to the central region, preparing himself for future battles. Originally, Yichun planned to continue fighting like this in the Battle Spirit Hall until Zhongyao completed her bloodline awakening, before concluding his training. But after 4 days of fierce combat in the Battle Spirit Hall, an unexpected event suddenly disrupted his plans. Chapter 276 Hidden Calamity. One day, just after Yichun had defeated the 15th Battle Spirit of the Divine Phoenix clan in the mid-stage of the rotating Pill Realm at the Battle Spirit Hall, he was stepping out of the Azure Blue Mansion to rest when suddenly he heard the sound of chirping birds from outside the courtyard. Before entering closed-door cultivation, Yichun had completely closed the courtyard door and set up a protective prohibition. If visitors came while the prohibition was in place, they would know not to disturb the master of the courtyard, who was deeply engrossed in cultivation, unless there was an urgent matter. Only when there was something important enough to notify the master of the courtyard would visitors activate the communication functionality of the protective prohibition. And this chirping sound was the standard signal for communication used by the Taishan sect. Who is looking for me? What urgent matter could it be? Hearing the sound from the protective prohibition, Yichun was slightly startled. He gestured towards the courtyard door, and a bird formed of light, shimmering in green, flew straight towards him. As the bird approached Yichun, it began to speak. Yichun, if you've finished cultivating, remember to come and find me. Your master has something important that I need to pass on to you. The voice belonged to none other than the one who had taught Yichun the sword formation, Sister Yu from Snowdrift Peak. Is it Sister Yu looking for me? Sister Yu's master is Fairy Jia Luo, my peak master from Snowdrift Peak. What important matter could Peak Master Fairy Jia Luo have that she needed Sister Yu to pass on to me? The last time Yichun had parted ways with Fairy Jia Luo, it was at an ancient tomb. Fairy Jia Luo, along with the 5 late-stage rotating Pill Realm experts from Heavenly Wind Kingdom due to the body-snatching incident involving Heavenly Saint Moya at the ancient tomb, had gone with Heavenly Saint Long Xian to meet 2 other Heavenly Saints from the 13 nations of the Southern Territory. Yichun had been in closed-door cultivation the entire time since then and was unaware of what had transpired at the ancient tomb. He also didn't know whether Fairy Jia Luo had returned to the sect. Now, hearing from Sister Yu that Fairy Jia Luo had something important to tell him, Yichun immediately thought that it might relate to the events at the ancient tomb. Could it be any news related to the 10 demon sects? A thought flashed through Yichun's mind. Anyway, my true cultivation has already ended, and I'm in the phase of summarizing my combat learnings after cultivation. It would be okay to end the retreat early. Let's go out and see what the matter is. With that thought in mind, Yichun promptly tidied up his cultivation materials and stood up. With a wave of true qi from his hand, he lifted the protective prohibition on the courtyard. Afterward, Yichun transformed into a streak of escaping light, passing through the courtyard gate and flying towards Sister Yu's living quarters. Yichun had been in closed-door cultivation for nearly a month since returning to the sect. A month of arduous cultivation, combined with the battles against the spirit warriors of the Divine Phoenix clan in the mid-stage of the rotating Pill Realm, had allowed Yichun to fully master the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea Realm. His combat power had undergone a qualitative improvement. Now, without relying on external forces like the Heavenly Saint Law Bead, and merely with his own fighting abilities, Yichun possessed the strength to defeat mid-stage rotating Pill Realm experts. In fact, Yichun could hold his own even against individuals like the 5 late-stage rotating Pill Realm experts from Heavenly Wind Kingdom and characters equivalent to late-stage rotating Pill Realm like Fairy Jia Luo. Although he couldn't be certain of overwhelming these late-stage rotating Pill warriors, Yichun would not show any fear in their presence. With all his techniques unleashed, even defeating these late-stage rotating Pill experts was not impossible. Yichun could now indisputably be considered among the top echelon within Heavenly Wind Kingdom. While traveling to Sister Yu's courtyard as a streak of escaping light, Yi Chen's spirits were soaring. There was a time when he was merely a true Qi first-layer youth from Qingyun sect, an 8th-rank sect. Now, he had not only joined the 6th-rank Taishan sect but had also cultivated to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, possessing the absolute strength to rival late-stage rotating pill experts. Yi Chen was no longer someone who could be easily bullied. He had truly become a formidable cultivator. However, Yi Chen still had a long way to go. Facing the more powerful Heavenly Saint Realm experts, his strength was still far from sufficient. And beyond the Heavenly Saint Realm were even more formidable levels such as the Void Sky True God Realm and the legendary Space-Time God King Realm that the seniors of the Divine Phoenix clan aspired to, not to mention the realm of ZG Star-Lord, which possessed even more power. The distance to these realms was still great for Yi Chen. But Yi Chen was still young, and the time he had actually spent cultivating would astonish countless cultivators. He had only been at it for a few years. In just a few years, he had grown to this extent. Given time, reaching the Heavenly Saint Realm and even the Void Sky True God Realm was a significant possibility. True Qi Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Rotating Pill Realm, Heavenly Saint Realm, the 4 major realms of the lower realm. Void Sky True God Realm, Spacetime God King Realm, and even the realm of ZG Star-Lord, who left behind the primordial star scripture, are still ahead. One day, I will strive for higher realms, leave Heavenly Wind Kingdom, leave the barbaric wilderness continent, and even go beyond the minor spirit realm of the upper realm. Yi Chen mused with high spirits. In such a resolute state of mind, Yi Chen finally arrived outside Sister Yu's courtyard in his form of escaping light. Yi Chen, have you arrived? Long before Yi Chen's escaping light streaked across the sky, heading for this small courtyard, Sister Yu had taken notice, and when Yi Chen landed outside the courtyard, Sister Yu directly came out to greet him. In the courtyard, Yi Chen and Sister Yu sat facing each other. Yi Chen, your aura has become even stronger. Sister Yu looked at Yi Chen, her voice filled with astonishment. After returning to the sect, Yi Chen had visited Sister Yu, and in just over 20 days, Sister Yu felt that Yi Chen had undergone a new transformation. His aura now even gave her a sense of fear, as if she was facing her master, Fairy Jialuo. Yi Chen actually gave her the impression of a rotating pill realm supreme expert. This truly was inconceivable to Sister Yu. Yi Chen smiled lightly. He had just felt a surge of high spirits, and his mood had been tumultuous, which is why his aura was so overwhelming and uncontained, making it very direct for Sister Yu to sense. By the way, Sister Yu, you asked for me? Is there something you need? Yi Chen reined in his aura and asked Sister Yu. Yi Chen's current level of cultivation had truly reached a stage where all auras return to one, and combat power is all controlled by the heart. When he released his aura, it could directly form an overwhelming suppressing force, and if he wanted to conceal his aura, he could do so without leaking even a sliver of true qi, appearing just like an ordinary person. Even more, if Yi Chen wanted to display any level of strength, such as the true qi realm, the early stages of the Spirit Sea realm, or the later stages of the Spirit Sea realm, he could achieve this with changes in his aura. Only a true powerhouse with absolute control over true qi could accomplish this. The ordinary Spirit Sea realm powerhouses with protective true qi naturally dissipating could never achieve this extent. Only after Yi Chen contained his aura did Sister Yu feel the fearful thoughts within her subside somewhat. But the thought of Yi Chen being able to adjust his aura so effortlessly filled her with even greater astonishment. Sister Yu thought of the important task her master had entrusted to her and quickly suppressed this astonishment. She looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, about 10 days ago, our master returned. At the time, she specifically went to see you, but seeing that you were in seclusion, she did not disturb you. 3 days ago, she left the sect again, heading for Heaven Departure Nation. Fairy Jialuo came back 10 days ago? Sister Yu's words made Yi Chen startle. 10 days prior, he was still in the midst of arduous cultivation of true qi and martial skills, completely unaware that Fairy Jialuo had looked for him. But if she had returned to the sect, why had she left again 3 days ago? Had she gone to see Heavenly Saint Long Xian? Yi Chen was somewhat perplexed. At this moment, Sister Yu continued, When she came back last time, her expression was rather grim, and when she left 3 days ago, she seemed very hurried. Just yesterday, our master specifically sent me a sound transmission talisman and a letter, asking me to pass them on to you. As she spoke, Sister Yu took out the sound transmission talisman and the letter. Yichun quickly took them. From what Sister Yu implied, Fairy Jialuo's troubled expression and rushed actions likely meant that something important had happened. Yichun placed the sound transmission talisman against his forehead, listening to Fairy Jialuo's divine sense transmission within, and as he listened on, his expression grew increasingly solemn. By the end, his own face had also turned rather grim. From Fairy Jialuo's sound transmission talisman, Yichun learned that this matter was indeed related to the ancient tomb and to the 10 demon sects. It turned out that after the day Yichun parted ways with the 6 powerhouses and Heavenly Saint Longxian, Fairy Jialuo and the other 6 powerhouses, along with Heavenly Saint Longxian, went to see 2 other heavenly saints from the 13 nations of the Southern Territory. At first, letting a heavenly saint who had performed body-snatching escape, whose true soul flame had also been extinguished by a cluster, was a sizable issue for the 13 Southern Territory nations, but still bearable. However, to be on the safe side, the 3 heavenly saints of the Southern Territory had utilized some hidden measures within the demon sects to inquire about Heavenly Saint Moya's movements after returning to the 10 Western Wilderness demon sects. As a result, this inquiry greatly shocked and infuriated the 3 heavenly saints. It turned out that Heavenly Saint Moya indeed had the Law Buddhist relic of Heavenly Saint Linghua, and whether it was due to the pressure from the powerful Heavenly Saint Longxian that made the 10 demon sects feel threatened, they had directly chosen a group of rotating pill late-stage powerhouses with exceptional talents to collectively study the Law Buddhist relic left by Heavenly Saint Linghua, hoping they would have some insight and attempt to break through to the Heavenly Saint realm. At the same time, the 4 heavenly saints of the 10 demon sects, including Heavenly Saint Moya who had returned, were even conducting a large lecture on cultivation secrets not usually divulged, for those highly talented rotating pill powerhouses. These actions were still bearable for the 13 nations of the Southern Territory. After all, breaking through from the late stages of the rotating pill realm to the Heavenly Saint realm required at least one of the 5 heavenly void laws to be cultivated to great perfection. This type of cultivation was extremely difficult, necessitating vast innate talent, comprehension, and countless opportunities. Whether the demon sect's methods would be effective was still uncertain. But then, there was another matter that truly angered the 3 heavenly saints of the Southern Territory. Under the fortunate revelation of one of the rotating pill late-stage pawns, hidden within the demon sects by the Southern Territory, they learned that in addition to studying the Law relic and conducting large lectures, 2 heavenly saints from the Western Wilderness had actually gone to the chaotic sea area to seek assistance from other heavenly saints. Furthermore, these 2 heavenly saints had even made contact with 3 other heavenly saints who might aid the 10 Western Wilderness demon sects. It was heard that these 3 chaotic sea area heavenly saints had all been in seclusion for years, the shortest for 6 months and the longest for 3 to 5 years, and they were about to emerge from their seclusion. If these 3 heavenly saints indeed emerged and decided to help the 10 Western Wilderness demon sects against the 13 nations of the Southern Territory, the balance between the 2 sides would undoubtedly be shattered, and war between them would inevitably erupt. Chapter 277 Decision. The 3 heavenly saints of the 13 countries of the Southern Territory couldn't fathom how the heavenly saints of the demon sects managed to find allies willing to help them, and to find 3 at once. You must know that once cultivation reaches the heavenly saint realm, there are very few things that are regarded as important, and those things that heavenly saints value, you can imagine how precious they must be. Given the barrenness of the Western Wilderness and Southern Territory, unless born in this domain, it is rare for heavenly saints to set foot in the Western Wilderness and Southern Territory. They would only be in the much richer central region with more cultivation resources, and in the chaotic sea area where opportunities and fortunes are much greater. Asking a heavenly saint for help is impossible without offering astonishing benefits. After all, to engage in combat with other heavenly saints, sustaining injuries or death is a difficult thing for a heavenly saint to bear. Without significant benefits or interests involved, very few heavenly saints would assist others in war. And in the Western Wilderness and Southern Territory, there really isn't much to captivate the attention of a heavenly saint-level powerhouse. This is also the reason why the 3 great heavenly saints of the Southern Territory couldn't figure out how the 10 great demon sects of the Western Wilderness managed to recruit heavenly saint-level helpers. They couldn't understand, but facing this very real possibility, the 3 great heavenly saints had to be extremely cautious. They even had to make thorough preparations to face any potential crises that might erupt. 3 great heavenly saints. The strength of the 10 great demon sects of the Western Wilderness was already comparable to the 13 countries of the Southern Territory. If they found 3 more heavenly saints as reinforcements, then should a war truly break out, the 13 countries of the Southern Territory might suffer a crushing defeat. Moreover, after Heavenly Saint Moya returned to the demon sects with the lore relic of Heavenly Saint Linghua, the series of actions by the demon sects had made the Southern Territory uneasy. Even though refining the lore relic and performing a grand lore ritual does not guarantee the creation of a new heavenly saint, what if a new heavenly saint was born? Wouldn't that mean even greater pressure on the 13 countries of the Southern Territory? The probability of defeat, of course, would be even greater. As Fairy Jia Luo transmitted through her message, upon learning of these developments, the strongest heavenly saint of the 13 countries of the Southern Territory, Heavenly Saint Long Xian, immediately announced she would begin seclusion to break through to the mid-stage of the Heavenly Saint realm. And Heavenly Saint Long Xian declared that unless her breakthrough failed, or a war between the Southern Territory and Western Wilderness broke out, nothing else should disturb her. Facing the many tactics of the Western Wilderness, Heavenly Saint Long Xian had the thought of a final battle. Heavenly Saint Long Xian, the most talented and powerful heavenly saint of the 13 countries of the Southern Territory, if she really made it into the mid-stage of the Heavenly Saint realm, she could potentially turn the tide. But, of course, the 13 countries of the Southern Territory couldn't put all their hopes on Heavenly Saint Long Xian alone. After Heavenly Saint Long Xian went into seclusion, the other 2 great heavenly saints, apart from trying to find other heavenly saints for assistance, also began preparations for nurturing the younger generation. Over the past few hundred years, they discovered several legacy sites, and these sites contained many treasures that could greatly benefit practitioners at the rotating pill realm. The 2 great heavenly saints directly placed these items from the legacy sites in one particular domain. Normally, this domain was only accessible to the disciples of heavenly saints, but now, faced with the aggressive demon sects of the Western Wilderness, the 2 great heavenly saints wouldn't keep it for personal use. They decided to open up this domain, fully nurturing all the talented rotating pill realm practitioners across the 13 countries of the Southern Territory. If the 10 great demon sects of the Western Wilderness were planning to cultivate new heavenly saints, the 13 countries of the Southern Territory certainly wouldn't fall behind. 3 days ago, Fairy Jia Luo, who had just returned to her sect, left in haste because she received the orders from the 2 great heavenly saints. She was selected as an important candidate for nurturing and was to head to that special domain. And the law talisman and letter that Fairy Jia Luo sent to Sister Yu 1 day earlier to pass on to Yi-chan, they contained a hidden purpose. After Fairy Jia Luo went to that domain, she knew she might not come out for a long time, and it might be a while before she could return to the Taishan sect. In such a situation, Fairy Jia Luo thought of Yi-chan and Zhang Yao, and many others from the Taishan sect. She had already made arrangements for the others, but for Yi-chan and Zhang Yao, the 2 people Fairy Jia Luo was most concerned about, one a young man she esteemed, and the other her most beloved disciple. She naturally put in extra thought to arrange for them. Yi-chen, with his performance in the ancient tomb, had already reached a level that could suppress early-stage rotating pill realm practitioners, equivalent to the strength of a mid-stage rotating pill realm practitioner. In a situation where a war might erupt between the Southern Territory and the Western Wilderness, Fairy Jia Luo, of course, wanted to nurture Yi-chan to further enhance his strength, to protect himself and face the crisis. Fairy Jia Luo requested the 2 great heavenly saints to allow Yi-chan to join the training in that domain. But when the 2 great heavenly saints learned that Yi-chan was at the Spirit Sea realm, they shook their heads. The cultivation items they placed in that domain were beneficial only to rotating pill realm practitioners who had merged with the 5 major Void Heavens laws and were of no use to Yi-chan, who was still at the Spirit Sea realm. Yi-chan could not enter that domain for cultivation. At this point, Fairy Jia Luo thought of many arrangements and finally, she came up with the most appropriate one. The letter for Yi-chun was related to this most appropriate arrangement. The matter was to have Yi-chun proceed to the central region and cultivate within an even more powerful sect, a third-grade great sect. This third-grade sect was called Tai-A Sword Sect. When Yi-chun saw the name Tai Sword Sect, he was astonished beyond measure. For Yi-chun had never been to Tai-A Sword Sect. Yet he had a significant connection with this sect, back when Yi-chun and Zhang Yao entered the Qianlian cave mansion. The shadowy avatar of Heavenly Saint Qianji had mentioned that the sect Heavenly Saint Qianji and Lotus Leaf Heavenly Saint had joined years ago was the Grand Sword Sect, Tai-A Sword Sect. Even the sword chi spirit liquid that Yi-chun and Zhang Yao absorbed through their sword palace acupoints, which they had activated, was derived from the innate sword chi Tai-A sword aura, collected by Lotus Leaf Heavenly Saint at the Tai-A Sword Sect. Yi-chun hadn't expected that Fairy Jialuo would actually ask him to go to Tai-A Sword Sect for cultivation. The sect that Heavenly Saint Qianji and Lotus Leaf Heavenly Saint had joined back then turned out to be a third-grade major sect. According to Fairy Jialuo, she had traveled to the central region to participate in the rotating pill realm sword dueling conference years ago, and befriended a late-stage rotating pill friend from Tai-A Sword Sect who also held a significant position within the sect. The letter she gave Yi-chun was intended for that friend. As long as Yi-chun had the letter, that friend would surely take him in and allow Yi-chun to cultivate within the Tai-A Sword Sect. Fairy Jialuo also said that with Yi-chun's current cultivation level, Taishian's sect could no longer teach him much, and since she was going to cultivate in the Heavenly Saint domain, she wouldn't be able to instruct Yi-chun either. If Yi-chun were to practice in Tai-A Sword Sect, he could increase his strength much faster in a shorter amount of time. After all, Tai-A Sword Sect was a third-grade major sect. If it were before he learned about the impending war, Yi-chun might have hesitated to accept Fairy Jialuo's suggestion to cultivate at Tai-A Sword Sect. However, knowing that the demon sects were likely to launch a major war against the Southern Territory's 13 kingdoms, Yi-chun's hesitation had turned into a final decision. That is, he would follow Fairy Jialuo's arrangements and go to cultivate within Tai-A Sword Sect. As Fairy Jialuo had said, a third-grade sect much stronger than Taishan sect could potentially enable Yi-chun to reach higher realms of cultivation in far less time. With the impending war between the Western Wilderness and the Southern Territory likely to break out at any moment, Yi-chun naturally needed to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Only when he truly became more powerful could he better protect himself, his loved ones, and his nation. As he cultivated at Tai-A Sword Sect, he remained a disciple of Taishan sect and was also a citizen of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom. Should war truly erupt between the Western Wilderness and the Southern Territory, he would definitely join in to contribute to the Southern Territory's cause. A martial artist's cultivation could not always take place within a single sect, especially for the powerful ones, who might cultivate across many sects throughout their lives. Therefore, Yi-chun wouldn't be overly resistant to going to Tai-A Sword Sect for cultivation. Moreover, this was the very sect where Heavenly Saint Qianji and Lotus Leaf Heavenly Saint once trained, a third-grade major sect of the Sword Path. Yi-chun was also curious to see what this sect was like. Another factor in Yi-chun's decision was Fairy Jialuo's arrangement for Zhang Yao. Through a transmitted message, Fairy Jialuo also expressed her hope that Zhang Yao would go to Tai-A Sword Sect to cultivate. She had included Zhang Yao's name in the letter to her late-stage rotating pill friend from Tai-A Sword Sect. Fairy Jialuo knew from Yi-chun that Zhang Yao was undergoing a bloodline awakening. She hoped Zhang Yao could further her cultivation within the Tai-A Sword Sect after completing the bloodline awakening, so she would be able to protect herself when the Great War came. Yi-chun was even clearer than Fairy Jialuo on how crucial strength was to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao belonged to the Divine Phoenix family from the Upper Realm's Minor Spirit Realm, which found itself besieged by two ancient races, the Zhu Yen race and the Flying Spirit race, in flaming warfare. Knowing her background, one could imagine the weight on Zhang Yao's shoulders. Although she now had the opportunity for a bloodline awakening, Zhang Yao would surely wish to accelerate her cultivation within a more powerful sect. Although Zhang Yao was still in the midst of her bloodline awakening and had not emerged, Yi-chun, through the level of heart-mind connection he shared with Zhang Yao, knew that if Fairy Jialuo suggested that Zhang Yao cultivate at Tai-A Sword Sect, she would certainly agree. Sigh. Within Sister Yu's small courtyard, Yichun took down the transmitted message talisman from Fairy Jia Luo off his forehead. He glanced at Zhang Yao, still cultivating inside the blue mansion, and heaved a long sigh. If that's the case, then it's off to the central region I go, to that Tai sword sect. To take a look. Yichun had thought that he would soon be heading to the central region to participate in the sword dueling conference. Now it seemed there was something else in the central region that related to him. The Peak Master advised that the sooner I get to Tai sword sect, the better. It seems I must set off earlier. Originally, Yichun had planned to remain in closed-door cultivation until just before the sword dueling conference started, and then head to the central region. Now, this schedule had to be brought forward. After making some preparations, I'll head to the central region. The sword dueling conference will start in a little over 2 months. Before that, I can visit the Tai sword sect first. Zhang Yao has been undergoing bloodline awakening for nearly 2 months now. Phoenix Spirit Senior mentioned that the longest period for bloodline awakening is 3 months. Perhaps by the time I reach the central region, Zhang Yao will have completed her bloodline awakening. By then, we can explore the central region together. Yichun had made up his mind. Chapter 278. Boundary River, Ferry. 3 days later, a streak of light shot up into the sky from Taishan sect, speeding towards the central region. Once this streak of light flew above a remote boundary, a palm-sized heavenly origin boat shot out from within it, and in the span of a few breaths, the boat expanded to over 30 feet. As the heavenly origin boat expanded, the streak of light instantly burst into the vessel, and when the light dissipated, the figure of a young man was revealed inside the boat. This young man was none other than Yichun, who had made his preparations and left the Taishan sect to head for the central region. And this boat was the newly acquired heavenly origin boat, one of the 3 sacred artifacts gained by Yichun. After receiving news of Fairy Jia Luo from Sister Yu, Yichun had made thorough preparations for his journey to the central region over these 3 days. As for the disciples of Snowdrift Peak, including Sister Yu, Yichun learned that Fairy Jia Luo had made other arrangements for them. Fairy Jia Luo had given Sister Yu a sword cannon to cultivate in seclusion, and other disciples of Snowdrift Peak were to be trained under the guidance of another Peak Master from Taishan sect. Yichun had returned all of the sword intent law beads he got from Sister Yu before he left. Although he hadn't fully comprehended many of the sword formations and sword intents within the beads, he had memorized them and could continue to cultivate without the beads. Inside the boat, Yichun stood in the cabin of the Heavenly Origin boat, looking up. Heavenly Origin boat, truly worthy of being a sacred artifact vessel, is indeed extraordinary. Normally, the top of the boat should be exposed, but when Yichun entered the Heavenly Origin boat, a dome of light appeared above him, completely sealing off the boat. Even more strangely, this dome of light acted like a massive screen, displaying the various landscapes surrounding the boat. It showed so clearly that even the land thousands of meters below, with all its details, could be seen on the screen. While inside the boat, one could watch the mountains and rivers, the sky and earth pass by through the screen. A truly wondrous feeling. With this screen, I don't need to waste spiritual awareness to cover my surroundings. The world around the boat is fully within my sight. Additionally, with the boat's incredible speed and its great defensive power capable of resisting attacks from rotating Pill Realm experts, this is simply a perfect flying treasure. Yichun sat down cross-legged inside the boat, full of admiration. The Heavenly Origin boat can cover over 10,000 li in 1 hour, and over 100,000 li in a day. With this boat, I can fly out of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom and into the northern Tianyun nation within a day. In just a few days, I'll be able to fly out of the 13 countries of the Southern Territory. Yichun couldn't wait to try out the sensation of flying the boat. Speak and test. Yichun lightly tapped a formation at the bow of the Heavenly Origin boat with his finger, and in an instant, the boat shot forward. The speed of the Heavenly Origin boat even exceeded that of a late-stage rotating Pill Realm expert streak of light. As the boat sped forth, Yichun saw the land and sky rapidly passing by on the screen, but sitting cross-legged inside, he felt incredibly stable, not sensing even the slightest turbulence. It was as if he was sitting still on solid ground.
Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction.
The central region lies to the north of the 13 countries of the Southern Territory. To get there from the Heavenly Wind Kingdom, one must pass through 5 countries and cover a distance of hundreds of thousands of li. I must hasten my journey. No time like the present. Let's set off now. Having experienced the marvels of the Heavenly Origin boat, Yi Chun no longer hesitated. He operated the boat and sped towards the central region. In moments, the boat had vanished from the skies over the Heavenly Wind Kingdom. 6 days later, Yi Chun finally arrived at the northernmost country of the 13 countries of the Southern Territory, Skyfrost Nation. According to the barbaric wilderness mountain and sea map, it wouldn't take long to reach the boundary between the 13 Southern Territory countries and the central region upon entering Skyfrost Nation. Upon entering the nation, Yi Chun stowed away the Heavenly Origin boat and continued forward as a streak of light. About to travel to the central region, Yi Chun, of course, wouldn't want to make the distinctly conspicuous Heavenly Origin boat visible, as the region teemed with many Heavenly Saint Realm experts. Should one of them covet the Heavenly Origin boat and attempt to rob it, it would bring unnecessary trouble. Yi Chun's current travel speed was already very fast. Although not as swift as the Heavenly Origin boat or a late-stage rotating pill realm expert, it surpassed many mid-stage rotating pill realm experts. After flying for about half a day, Yi Chun finally caught sight of a giant river in the distance. Seeing the giant river immediately rejuvenated his spirits. Is that the boundary river ahead, the division between the Southern Territory and the Central Region? According to the barbaric wilderness mountain and sea map, once I cross the boundary river, I will enter the Central Region. With renewed speed, Yi Chun burst forth and in no time reached the riverbank of the massive waterway. From afar, Yi Chun could sense the river's immensity, but standing on the riverbank and witnessing the surging river made him even more astonished. This colossal river was over 10,000 zhang wide. From one side, one couldn't even glimpse the other bank. Though Yi Chun knew the land across the river was the territory of the Central Region, from the barbaric wilderness mountain and sea map, Yi Chun learned that the Central Region is the oldest land of martial arts heritage in the barbaric wilderness continent. The Central Realm was utterly different from the other regions of the barbaric wilderness continent, giving one the distinct impression of occupying the absolute center of the entire continent. Outside the vast expanse of the Central Realm, there was a circular river that separated it from all other territories. This circular river seemed to be like a great protecting river of the entire Central Region. This great river was the one now before Yi Chun, the boundary river. No matter whether from the Southern Territory or the Western Desolation, from the far north or the east, one had to cross this immense river to enter the Central Realm. Yi Chun stood by the edge of the boundary river, watching the surging flow of this mighty river. Rumor has it that a peerless powerhouse once placed a heaven-reaching forbidden spell on the boundary river, which prevents any martial artist below the Heavenly Saint Realm from flying above it, not even wading across the river. I wonder if my Tiansheng power would allow me to fly over the boundary river. Yi Chun was curious and wanted to give it a try. With a single thought, the Heavenly Saint Law bead in his chest burst forth with overwhelming Tiansheng power, enveloping Yi Chun. However, as soon as Yi Chun, wrapped in Tiansheng power, stepped forward to tread above the boundary river, he felt a terrifying force directly devouring the Tiansheng power outside his body. In the blink of an eye, the Tiansheng power under Yi Chun's feet was completely consumed. This frightened Yi Chun into hastily retracting his extended foot. Only after Yi Chun stepped back from the boundary river did the terrifying force vanish as if it had never existed. What a formidable force! To directly annihilate my Tiansheng power, the boundary river has indeed been placed under a heaven-reaching forbidden spell. Judging by this power, it's likely at least a mid-level Heavenly Saint Realm restriction. Non-heavenly saints cannot fly across. It seems that even my Tiansheng power is not enough to fly over the boundary river. Yi Chun put away the Heavenly Saint Law bead while deep in thought. The Central Realm is truly a land of mystery. Just this boundary river alone is enough to shock the mind of all who wish to travel to the Central Realm. Yi Chun shook his head. Unable to fly over the Boundary River, he had to find another way to cross it. Fortunately, Fairy Jaluo had once visited the Central Realm, and she recorded in the Barbaric Wilderness Mountain and Sea Map that there was a specific tool for crossing the Boundary River for those martial artists below the Heavenly Saint Realm, a ferry. It was said that every day, ferries would appear on the Boundary River, uncontrolled yet able to automatically dock at the countless ports along the riverbank. To travel to the Central Realm, martial artists below the Heavenly Saint Realm must find a port where a ferry docks and then take a ferry headed to the Central Realm. In the void, Yichun looked ahead at the Boundary River and pondered. According to the Barbaric Wilderness Mountain and Sea Map, there are a total of 108 ports at the Boundary River bordering the Southern Territory and the Central Realm. A port should be within several tens of miles from here. As Yichun was contemplating, 3 streaks of light suddenly shot towards his direction from the sky at great speed. Huh? I specially found a secluded place to land and observe the Boundary River. So why is someone flying towards me? Yichun looked up into the sky. Moments later, the 3 streaks of light descended beside Yichun. After the light dissipated, they revealed 3 young men. Yichun saw that the 3 youths looked strikingly similar to each other, almost as if they were triplets, and each emitted the aura of the late Spirit Sea realm. Moreover, they all carried a sword on their backs, indicating that they were sword cultivators. The newcomers were 3 late-stage Spirit Sea realm martial artists. As soon as these 3 youths landed, they looked at Yichun curiously. One of them even chuckled and said to Yichun, "Fellow Taoist, by your look, this must be your first time at the edge of the Boundary River, right?"
Ye Chen nodded.
Before Yichun could speak, the youth continued, "You can't fly across the Boundary River, you know. When we 3 first went to the Central Realm, we also tried to fly across the Boundary River. However, as soon as we stepped into the airspace above the river, our true chi was rapidly drained until eventually, we fell from the sky and were bounced right out of the river. We saw you from a distance trying to cross and came specially to remind you that to cross the river, you need to go to the port and find a ferry. Let's go. If you are heading to the port, we are too. We can take you there on our way. Then my thanks to the 3 fellow Taoists. May I know how to address you?" Yichun said with a smile to the 3 men. He thought they had come with some other purpose, but they had arrived with the good intention of warning him. However, Yichun did not reveal that he already knew about the Boundary River and was merely curious to try crossing it himself. Since he was unfamiliar with the location of the port, it would be beneficial to accompany these men there. After a brief exchange, Yichun learned the names of the 3 men, who indeed turned out to be triplets named Shi Tianhe, Shi Tianjiang, and Shi Tianhai. The 3 of them were all sect disciples from a 5th-grade sect in Tianyun Nation. On the way to the port, the youth named Shi Tianhe spoke to Yichun. "Fellow Taoist Yichun, you are only in the early stage of the Spirit Sea realm and are planning to go to the Central Realm? The Central Realm is much more dangerous than the Southern Territory. You should be careful." Chapter 279 Snow Feather Flying Horse. Shi Tianhe spoke truthfully. The Central region was indeed more dangerous than the Southern Territory. In the past few centuries, the 13 nations of the Southern Territory had enjoyed peace through a truce with the 10 great demonic sects of the Western Wilderness. However, the 3 great dynasties of the Central region, with their countless sects and intertwined power structures, along with abundant resources and numerous ancient relics and treasures, often sparked all sorts of conflicts and ambushes, resulting in countless old powers being destroyed each year and just as many new powers rising. In terms of strength, the Central region was terribly formidable. The strongest entities in the whole Southern Territory and Western Wilderness were but 4th-tier sects with early-stage Heavenly Saint Realm experts, whereas the Central region housed not only 3rd-tier sects but even 2nd-tier sects with late-stage Heavenly Saint Realm powerhouses. Truly, they were the elite of the entire barbaric wilderness continent. In the face of so many Heavenly Saint Realm experts, of course, the numbers of rotating Pill Realm experts far exceeded those in the Southern Territory and the Western Wilderness, with countless martial artists at the Spirit Sea Realm as well. Under these circumstances, even the Sure brothers at the late-stage Spirit Sea Realm didn't dare say they were safe in the Central region. So naturally, they were somewhat surprised to see Yichun, at the early-stage Spirit Sea Realm, daring to venture alone into the central region. Yet what Shi Tianhe didn't know was that Yi Chan had actually disguised his aura to appear at the early-stage Spirit Sea realm for this journey to the central region, to avoid drawing too much attention. If Shi Tianhe knew that Yi Chan was only 15 years old and already at the mid-stage Spirit Sea realm, with a cultivation speed unsurpassed even by the countless genius disciples of the numerous sects within the central region's 3 great dynasties, he would probably be utterly astounded. Even though there were many existences in the central region's 3 great dynasties that Yi Chan looked up to, he now had enough capital to venture through the central region. Of course, Shi Tianhe was unaware of all this, and Yi Chan had no intention of enlightening him. Yi Chan appreciated Shi Tianhe's concern and smiled at him, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Tianhe. I will be cautious on my journey to the central region." Seeing that Yi Chan took his advice to heart, Shi Tianhe was very pleased. He patted his chest and said to Yi Chan, "By the way, Brother Yi Chan, what are you planning to do in the central region? If it happens to be on the way for my brothers and me, we can travel together. Not to brag, but there aren't many who dare to trouble us below the rotating pill realm." Yi Chan smiled and said, "I'm planning to go to the Tai Sword Sect." The Tai Sword Sect? Hearing these 4 words, Shi Tianhe was startled, almost falling from the sky. As a swordsman, Shi Tianhe naturally knew of the renown of the Tai Sword Sect. That was a legendary 3rd-tier great sect. The Tai Sword Sect had elders at the mid-stage Heavenly Saint realm presiding over it. Not a single entity in the 13 nations of the Southern Territory could boast a mid-stage Heavenly Saint realm powerhouse. Hearing that Yi Chan was heading to the Tai Sword Sect, Shi Tianhe was, of course, astonished beyond measure. It wasn't just Shi Tianhe who was greatly surprised. His other 2 brothers, Shi Tianjiang and Shi Tianhai, also exclaimed in shock upon hearing that Yi Chan intended to visit the Tai Sword Sect. "Brother Yi Chan, the Tai Sword Sect is a true great sect. It's not easy for outsiders to enter. I heard that even rotating pill realm experts need to submit a visitation request and receive approval before they can enter. Even though numerous sects within the 3 great dynasties are often wiped out in strife, the 3rd and 4th-tier sects still stand tall across the dynasties, especially the 3rd-tier sects, which are the true behemoths of the central region. The Tai Sword Sect is among the top echelons of the 3rd-tier sects, and perhaps only the supposedly hidden 2nd-tier sects of the Great Xia dynasty could surpass the Tai Sword Sect head-on. Brother Yi Chan, what business do you have at the Tai Sword Sect? Don't end up being unable to even enter their gates." The Shi brothers looked at Yi Chan with concern. Yi Chan smiled and said, "I have been entrusted by a senior to visit an acquaintance there. No need for the 3 Shi brothers to worry on my account." Hearing that Yi Chan was visiting an acquaintance at the Tai Sword Sect, the Shi brothers finally nodded in understanding. In their minds, if Yi Chan, at the early-stage Spirit Sea realm, did not have any special connections, it would indeed be difficult for him to even approach the Tai Sword Sect's gates. However, learning that Yi Chan actually had a senior and acquaintance within the Tai Sword Sect, the brothers started to see him in a new light. As Yi Chan chatted with the Shi brothers, they arrived at a ferry crossing nearby without realizing it. This crossing was called 73 Crossing. The Boundary River area, where the Southern Territory met the Central Region, had a total of 108 crossings. 73 Crossing was so named because it was the 73rd from the left out of the 108 crossings. At that moment, there were already 200 to 300 people at 73 Crossing, waiting for the ferry to arrive, so they could travel to the Central Region. Spotting the 200 to 300 people below, the Shi brothers were ecstatic. Not too crowded today. A ferry from the Boundary River comes daily and can take 500 people. Our group can all get on board smoothly. Last time we went to the Central Region, we had to wait 3 whole days to squeeze onto the ferry. While the brothers spoke, they descended to the ground, and Yi Chan followed, landing at 73 Crossing. Surveying the crowd waiting for the ferry at the crossing, Yi Chan noticed that there were mainly martial artists at the late-stage Spirit Sea realm, with a few under that realm grouping together in tens, apparently planning to head to the Central Region as partners. As for rotating pill realm experts, there were 2 present at the crossing, although both were at the initial stage of cultivation. As for even more powerful beings, there were none at this ferry crossing. Yi-chan surveyed the crowd around him before joining the Shi brothers in waiting for the arrival of the ferryboat. Yi-chan, don't worry, Shi Tianhe said to Yi-chan. The ferryboat always drifts in at dusk, so we still have to wait for an hour or two. Yi-chan nodded with a smile. An hour or two before he could board the ferryboat and head to the central region. At this thought, Yi-chan also began to feel some anticipation. As time passed, everyone at the 73 crossing waited patiently for the ferryboat to come, and before they knew it, 1.5 hours had swiftly gone by. Just as the usual time for the ferryboat's arrival approached, all those who were seated at the dock stood up and looked out at the boundary river. However, before the ferryboat could arrive, a neighing sound came from the sky. Why is there a neighing sound in the sky? Many people looked up, and upon doing so, their eyes widened in shock. Yi-chan also looked up and saw a divine and peerless flying horse dragging a carriage across the sky. The horse was covered in hair as white and shiny as snow, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, and astonishingly, it also had a pair of huge wings. A winged flying horse. Even though Yi-chan had seen countless demon beasts and great demons, he had never seen such a creature. Snow feather flying horse. That seems to be a snow feather flying horse, Shi Tianhe exclaimed, recognizing the flying horse in the sky. As Shi Tianhe identified the flying horse, many others at the dock recognized the horse's origin. This snow feather flying horse is said to be a half-step Demon King level entity, and a unique flying half-step Demon King even among the 3 major dynasties of the central region, belonging to the Great Zhou dynasty. Its rarity is such that it's even comparable to the real Demon Kings of the 13 countries of the Southern Territory. Who is this, that they can use a snow feather flying horse to pull a carriage? Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the divine and peerless flying horse stopped in the sky, and at the same time, a violent gale burst forth from within the carriage, sweeping towards the crowd standing on the dock below. Boom! 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 Quite a few people standing below the carriage were swept up by the raging wind and flung backwards, thrown hundreds of yards away. In an instant, a large swath of land below the carriage was cleared, leaving it utterly empty. Such a powerful presence. Could this be the great divine ability of turning breath into wind? Who exactly is inside this carriage? Although the Shi brothers stood far from the carriage and weren't swept up by the wind directly, they still felt a razor-sharp breeze slashing past them. This caused the faces of the 3 brothers, who were in the late stages of the Spirit Sea realm, to change. Meanwhile, Yi-chan, who was standing beside the brothers, narrowed his eyes and looked towards the inside of the carriage. While others could not see what was inside the carriage, Yi-chan's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. He had seen in the instant the gale burst forth from the carriage that it was the action of a young man in a brocade robe. The young man, with narrow eyes and thin lips, had a restlessly rolling presence and was evidently a mid-rotating pill realm martial artist. Yi-chan observed a faint sneer at the corner of the young man's mouth as he cleared the ground below with a wave of his hand. As Yi-chan sized up the young man inside the carriage, and the snow feather flying horse outside, the other people, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the carriage, began to retreat. Even the 2 early rotating pill realm martial artists changed their expressions. At that moment, the carriage and the flying horse in the sky gracefully descended to the ground. It seemed that the person inside the carriage had cleared the ground below earlier expressly to make room for their own landing. Such a domineering clearance left many at the dock angry but afraid to speak out. In the midst of the crowd's anger, the ferryboat everyone had been waiting for finally began to drift towards the dock from the boundary river. When the ferryboat came into clear view, everyone had already forgotten about the domineering actions of the person in the carriage earlier. All surged towards the dock, ready to board the ferryboat as soon as it got close. At this moment, a cold voice rang out throughout the dock. Wu Quan, don't want to squeeze onto a boat with other people. I'm commandeering this ferryboat. The rest of you wait for the next one. Chapter 280 Mysterious Girl. As this voice rang out, a figure flew directly from the carriage and stood in the void. This figure was none other than the brocade-clad young man with narrow eyes that Yi-chun had previously sensed with his divine consciousness. Hearing this young man say he wanted to commandeer the ferry, many people's faces changed. This ferry only came once a day. If this young man monopolized it, they would have to wait an extra day. Young master, the ferry can seat 500 people at once. There's room for all of us here. Perhaps you could. A late-stage Spirit Sea martial artist couldn't help but speak up to the young man. Boom! Before the late-stage Spirit Sea martial artist could finish speaking, the brocade-clad young man standing in the void pointed in the air, and instantly, the martial artist was blasted backward, flying back and finally hitting a large tree by the ferry dock with a bang and spewing a mouthful of blood. I already said that I've commandeered this boat. What? Did you not hear me clearly? The young man coldly glanced at the Spirit Sea martial artist who had been hit and spat blood. Then he swept up the carriage and the flying horses into a special bag with a wave of his hand. With a step in the void, he moved toward the ferry. As the young man advanced, everyone still on the way to the ferry was tossed about by his power, and even two martial artists who had already run onto the ferry were grabbed by the young man with one move, pulled up from the ferry, and thrown onto the ground. It seemed that this young man truly did not care at all about everyone else. He really intended to dominate the ferry for himself. Dominating. It was utterly dominating. Clearly of no ordinary birth and with great strength. The young man simply ignored all the others waiting for the ferry at the dock. So unlucky. Too unlucky. I thought we could get on the ferry directly since there were fewer people today, but we ended up encountering such a domineering powerhouse. One person monopolizing an entire ferry. What a waste. Shi Tianhe, one of the Shi family's three brothers, muttered in frustration, though he kept his voice very low, fearing the young man might overhear. Shi Tianjiang and Shi Tianhai were also looking dejectedly at the young man heading for the ferry, their eyes filled with helplessness. All three brothers were late-stage Spirit Sea realm martial artists, but the young man was clearly of the rotating pill realm. Seeing that not even two early-stage rotating pill martial artists dared to speak up in front of this young man, it was evident he was at least at the mid-stage rotating pill level. Such beings were naturally not to be trifled with by the Shi family's three brothers. Yi-chun, let's wait for the next ferry. The three brothers consoled Yi-chun beside them. We've heard of such domineering powerhouses before, but never imagined we'd be so unlucky as to meet one today. Alas, the barbaric wilderness continent respects the strong. There's nothing we can do. It's okay, we'll just wait another 2 or 3 days at most. I don't believe someone can commandeer the ferry indefinitely. In the eyes of the three brothers, Yi-chun, being at the early stage Spirit Sea realm and his first time traveling to the central region, might be terrified by this situation, so they offered words of comfort. At that moment, they heard Yi-chun calmly say, "Strength is revered. You say? Just mid-stage rotating pill that doesn't count as truly powerful." Yi-chun's voice was low, and the three brothers hadn't heard him clearly yet. They were about to ask Yi-chun what he had said when they suddenly heard an uproar. Looking up, their eyes nearly popped out. In the sky, the previously domineering brocade-clad young man, now at his feet out of nowhere, had black true chi appearing one strand after another. This black true chi, like ropes, tightly bound the young man's legs in the void. The Shi family's three brothers saw that the brocade-clad young man, initially dismissive when he saw the black true chi, triggered a vast surge of his own true chi to break free from the binding black true chi. But instead, the black true chi wound tighter and tighter, and in the end, the brocade-clad young man couldn't even struggle, his legs completely immobilized by the strands of black true chi. Moreover, the black true chi continued to spread upward, intending, it seemed, to completely immobilize the brocade-clad young man's entire body in the sky. This scene made countless people at the ferry dock cry out in shock, and it turned the complexion of the brocade-clad young man dark with anger. Everyone realized the person who made a move against this brocade-clad young man was undoubtedly more powerful than him. Who is it? Who is so strong? Could it be that among us there's a true expert in hiding? Someone more powerful than a mid-stage rotating pill martial artist. Could it be a late-stage rotating pill big shot? All around, people couldn't help but look in every direction, trying to see who had taken action. The two early-stage rotating pill martial artists trembled even more. After all, Heavenly Saint Realm powerhouses could directly fly across the Boundary River. Only those below the Heavenly Saint Realm would take a ferry. And under the Heavenly Saint Realm, the rotating pill realm was the most powerful. They had felt quite mighty coming to the ferry port in their early-stage rotating pill realm, but then they encountered an overbearing mid-stage rotating pill brocade-clad young man, and now this young man had been taught a lesson by someone else, clearly indicating there was an even more powerful presence among them. This, of course, left the two early-stage rotating pill martial artists utterly astounded. However, despite searching, no one saw who stepped forward, clearly indicating that the strong figure did not wish to attract attention. This made everyone else draw a sharp breath. Thinking that among them was hidden a figure even more formidable than a mid-stage rotating pill martial artist sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, in the sky, the originally domineering brocade-clad young man, seeing that the billowing black chi had already entangled half his body, rendering him unable to struggle, his complexion turned from shock to terror. In the end, unable to bear the feeling of unavoidable resistance, he shouted in panic, begging for mercy. "Which senior has acted? Senior, senior, please spare my life. I had absolutely no intention of offending you, senior." The domineering attitude of the brocade-clad youth had disappeared completely, replaced with a supplicating, groveling expression. People like him, who bully others with their power, become utterly servile when they actually encounter someone stronger than themselves. "Senior." In the crowd, Yi-chun shook his head and thought to himself, "I am certainly not any senior." The one who had made a move against the domineering youth was, of course, Yi-chun. Yi-chun had no intention of letting this youth delay his journey for a whole day waiting for the next ferry. And he certainly wouldn't allow the youth to claim an entire ferry for his personal use just like that. Domineering. Then teaching him a lesson was called for. "I'll trap you here at the ferry crossing for 3 days." Yi-chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the pleading youth. As he narrowed his eyes, the black energy that was entwining the youth surged crazily in the sky. In the end, the youth's entire body was completely enveloped by the black energy. Even the sounds of his pleas were utterly trapped within the black mist, unable to make a single sound anymore. This scene left the hundreds of people at the ferry crossing thoroughly shocked. After an instant of dead silence, the crowd burst into an uproarious cheer. "That damned youth is trapped. We can board the ferry now. At last, we can take the ferry to the central region." Immediately, the crowd surged frantically towards the ferry. In the throng, someone shouted loudly, "I don't know which senior has lent a helping hand. The senior may not wish to come forward, but we must all thank them." "Thank you, senior." The shouts from the crowd echoed far and wide. Incredible! The three Sher brothers also pulled Yi-chun with them, moving towards the ferry. In the midst of the surge, upon seeing the youth completely shrouded in black energy and invisible in the sky, Sher Tianhe gasped in admiration. Sher Tianjiang and Sher Tianhai even joined the crowd, shouting, "Thank you, senior." This made Yi-chun beside them somewhat bemused. If the three knew it was him who had acted, they probably wouldn't dare to be so familiar with him anymore. Without the domineering person monopolizing the ferry, within moments, the 200 or 300 people at the dock had all crowded onto the ship. "Is this the ferry?" Yi-chun stood with the three Sher brothers in a corner of the ferry. When he saw that the ferry seemed ordinary with no traces of true chi fluctuations and yet could carry so many people across the Boundary River, Yi-chun was also amazed. Once everyone was on board, the evening glow rose slowly. The ferry left the shore of the Southern Territory and drifted slowly toward the riverfront of the central region on the opposite side of the river. At the 73rd ferry crossing, only the figure enveloped by black energy was left, completely immobilized in the void. Just as the ferry reached the center of the Boundary River, and the ferry was completely out of sight from the dock, a sudden coquettish voice came from atop a large tree by the now deserted 73rd crossing. "Not bad, quite formidable indeed." To be in the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm at 15 years of bone age, yet capable of trapping a mid-rotating pill realm individual with a flick of the wrist. As the voice echoed, looking towards the tree revealed that a 14 or 15-year-old girl in white had appeared at some point on the tree. The girl was sitting on the tree, swinging her long legs idly. Looking up along her legs, one could see a stunning curve over her slender, attractive waist. Higher up was her full, seductive chest, delicate collarbones, and an elegant, swan-like neck, snow-white and graceful. On her exquisitely beautiful face, a pair of vivacious eyes sparkled with a sly look. She seemed to be an intelligent and beautiful young girl. In the arms of the girl in white, there was also a snow-white little marten, which was soundly asleep in her embrace. While speaking, the fair hand holding the little marten beckoned lightly towards the black energy that enshrouded the youth on the other side. A strand of black energy instantly flew into her fingertips. After toying with the strand of black energy, a smile spread across the girl's face. Even the true chi is of a type I've never seen before. How interesting, truly interesting. I didn't expect that in my trip from Great Xia, having seen no interesting individuals in Great Qian or the Southern Territory, I would encounter such a formidable young man in such a remote place on my way back. 15 years old, yet stronger than someone in the mid-stage of the rotating pill realm. It seems Grandpa was right after all. There really are people similar to me in this world. As she spoke, the girl carrying the little marten leaped down from the tree and stood in the void. Standing up, her legs seemed even more slender and straight, her delicate body's curves more charming and enchanting. "Hee, let's follow and see," said the girl, carrying the little marten and lightly jumping from the tree into the void, then stepping toward the Boundary River. By that time, there was no ferry on the Boundary River, but the girl showed no intention of stopping. In the end, the girl walked on air, actually stepping into the airspace of the Boundary River. The Boundary River, which could not be flown across by anyone below the Heavenly Saint realm, and whose restraining laws could devour even the power of a late rotating pill expert and even the Heavenly Saint power of Yichun, seemed to have no effect on the girl. Furthermore, as she walked above the Boundary River, a mysterious moisture began to envelop her delicate figure, almost as if protecting her, making the girl seem even more like a celestial being amidst the billowing waves.